네, 2023 수원
Welcome to the 2023 World Heritage City Forum. From 1 p.m., we will soon begin the forum, so please come into the hall and take your seats. And for smooth operations, please make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode or turned off. And for participants from home and abroad, we are providing simultaneous interpretation services. We have receivers on your tables. Please tune into channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. Please leave the receivers on your tables once you are done using it. So we'll soon begin the opening ceremony, so please come in and take your seats. Thank you.
참석하신 분 한 분 더 계시거든요. 의장님 다음에
지금 순서는 이대로 할 거예요.
하는데
3, 4, 5,
네네.
6
아니 지금 수원시의 현경환 부의장님 참석하셨어요.
2-1입니다.
네, 현경환 경환 환 네, 부위원장
수원시
시의회 부의장님.
네, 알겠습니다. 헌정환
부위원장으로 해주세요. 부위원장.
원장. 네, 감사합니다. 역사적인 수원 화성의 역사적인 가치를 계속되고 세계 유산 도시 수원으로 나아갑니다. 이 부분은 선생님 말씀하시고 그러네. 네, 이제 모두
I think everyone is here. We will now begin the opening ceremony. Welcome to Suwon and the 2023 Suwon World Heritage City Forum. I welcome you all. I am Kim Kyung-mi, who will be the MC for this event today. Thank you very much. Hosted by Suwon Special City and organized by Suwon Convention Center, the World Heritage City Forum 2023 is held under the theme of Heritage X. It is combined with film, arts, media, and other contents to make cultural heritage more intimate and hip to the general public. We are here at Suwon Hwasong Fortress, and we have many cultural heritage experts here today, and I hope all of you can stay with us till the very end. So let me introduce the distinguished guests who are joining us today. I will introduce them one by one, and please welcome them with a big hand. First, Mayor Lee Jae-jun of Suwon Special City. Thank you very much. Next, Chairman Kim Ki-jung of the Chairman of the Suwon City Council. We also have Mr. Hyun Kyung-han, a Vice Chairman of the Suwon Special City Council. Thank you. Next, Mr. Choi Jung-won is with us as well. And Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korea National Commission for UNESCO. He will also give a keynote speech for us today. Next, we have Chairman Oh Dong-man of the Korea Cultural Heritage Keeper Association. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Kim Hyun-kwang, CEO of the Suwon Cultural Foundation. And last but not least, President Kim Bong-sik of the Suwon Cultural Center. Thank you. We also have many other special guests today, but we aren't able to introduce all of you here due to time constraints. But again, thank you for your presence today.
산도시 포럼
Now we would like to officially start the opening ceremony for the World Heritage City Forum 2023. First and foremost, we'd like to also invite Lee Jae-jun, the Mayor of Suwon Special City, Lee Jae-jun, for also introductions on the theme Heritage X. We'd like to welcome him with a big round of applause. Nice to meet you all today. For the 2023, we are celebrating the World Heritage City Forum. Thank you very much for your participation and welcome to Suwon City. And we are also joined by the Secretary General of the Korea National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you very much for honoring this event, Kim Bong-sik, the Director, and also Kim Young-kwang, the representative, and all the experts and representatives. Thank you very much for your participation. Suwon Special City is also one of the hub with the designated sites inaugurated by the UNESCO. And the Suwon Hwasong, the fortress, completed in the 1796, has been a lot of the very differentiated the strategies and the characteristics consisting of the 4 gates. And back in 1997, the Suwon Hwasong Fortress has been inaugurated as a UNESCO World Heritage back in 1997. And as you can see here, the Haengungdong, which is the Suwon Temporary Palace, is one of the hub with car-free complex. We successfully completed the cultural festival for the sustainable growth and development as a city. And currently, the Hwasong Temporary Palace, Haengung, is the one of the successful best practices for having the cafe streets and a lot of the major hub and the streets for the youngsters and the hub places, and we are so-called the hip place, which are really popular and are renowned for the teenagers as well as the youth. As one of the culture city. It has been already 225 years, and this is the major hub for the sustainable growth of the cities as well as the cultural traits. For the sustainable city to lead forward in the future, now we want to also have more tangible outcomes, and that's why we are celebrating this important forum to gather a lot of the insightful ideas and outcomes. We duly hope that all of discussions and presentations are also one of the reasons why we are here, because this World Heritage City Forum was started back in 2021, and today is the third forum. And while we are successfully and continuously having the forum, are you curious about the reason? Because in Korea, we have the so-called the Korea World Heritage City Consultative Body. We have about 20 cities which have been designated as UNESCO Cultural Heritage Sites, and we are building the collaborations among the regional cities. And back in 2021, we successfully hosted the first forum in Suwon here for the policies and directions that we want to focus among the city governments, and we thought that we needed these kind of the venues. That's why we are also celebrating the third World Heritage City Forum 2023. In the next month, October, is well aware, and we are really confident to share that the Suwon Hwasong Cultural Festival is celebrating the 60th anniversary. For the cultural festival, being also supported by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and this is the one of the representative of the festival, which can also utilize the World Heritage, being selected as one of the 6 consecutive years for the one of the Korea renowned tourism sites, being selected by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of Korea. So we have prepared a lot of very meaningful and interesting programs for you. I'm sure you're so really curious and you really love about the Korea dramas and Korea film, right? And the 그의 우리는 in Korean, our beloved summer, or the 우영우, or the strange or awkward, the Tony 우영우, which are really the one of the hot hit of the Korean dramas, actually were filmed in a lot of the meaningful sites in the Suwon special city. By taking more interest into the culture industry and the medium, we like to also try to raise awareness on a lot of the topics like the humans, climate crisis, and peace as one of the key elements for the sustainability for the culture heritage city. This is why we are gathering here at the forum, the World Heritage City Forum 2023. In particular, the third session will be talking on the heritage as human. And we can also listen to their best practices and stories from the leaders. We have the front runners for the Suwon Hwasong Fortress, as well as we like to also talk about the meaningful events and the programs for the Suwon City Performance Company as well, which is one of the intangible heritage for the Hwasong Temporary Palace. So I'd like to also ask for your continuous interest and also participation until the end of the program today. And for utilizing our cultural heritage, and by conserving our cultural heritage, we like to also take the more growth and more developments for the cultural heritage city. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Thank you very much, City Mayor, for your wonderful opening remarks. Thank you very much. World Heritage City Forum is really, really meaningful and valuable, as you also pointed out. As you mentioned before, now we can set the more valuable policies, directions for the World Heritage City, but not just limited in the experts, but also can also have more discussions and ideas among the general public. Thank you very much.
Next, we will have a welcome remark by Chair Kim Ki-jung of the Suwon Special City Council. Let's welcome Chairman Kim onto the stage with a big and warm hand. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations on the opening of the 2023 World Heritage City Forum. The World Heritage Hwasong Fortress is always by us, and that's why some people may not feel that it's that special, just like air or water. But it is a world heritage that we should have great pride in. But many of us do not feel that much. But as Mayor Lee mentioned, he and the city of Suwon is really taking good care of Hwasong Fortress, and we will do the same as well. As you may all know, heritage means World Heritage, and we're holding this World Heritage City Forum today. And this Heritage Forum can be a great place to exchange ideas and have discussion on this topic. So I would like to thank Secretary General Han Kyung-gu from the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, as well as Chairman Oh Dong-man, who are joining us today to have discussions and seek for better directions for the future. It will be a great opportunity for us to do so. And also, in preparing this event, I thank Mr. Kim Myung-kwang from the Suwon Convention Center, and also President Kim Bong-sik of the Suwon Cultural Center, who have made great efforts for a better way to promote the cultural heritage of Suwon. So, with the technology for building or constructing the Hwasong Fortress, it was a very complex technology, but it was possible back in the old days, nearly 2 centuries ago, and it is still a great pride for us even today, technically. And also, the filial duty that King Cheongjo the Great had was the very foundation for the Suwon Hwasong Fortress, which made this a very special cultural heritage even into this day. I hope that all of you joining us today can think about ways to better promote our heritage and do further research on this as well. I hope we can do better in the future. And also, Suwon is very strong in the sports, tourism, and culture area. We have politicians working very hard in the city of Suwon to make all of this happen. So we will do our best in the future as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for your welcome remarks. So we are living here in Suwon Special City, home to this special cultural heritage, and we should have pride in it as well. And the City Council will make further efforts to promote it in the future, and we ask for your interest and support in the coming years as well. Next, we have a very special team that fits perfectly well with this event. From the Suwon City Performance Company, we have a congratulatory perform. This company has Muye 24 Ki that has inherited and developed the martial arts from the King Cheongjo the Great's royal bodyguard squad. So it's a great pride and history of Suwon. They have a very energetic and dynamic performance ready for us. So we hope you can take a quick travel back to the Joseon dynasty through this performance. Let's give them a big round of applause.
너무나 멋진 공연이었습니다.
It was really fantastic performance. I'd like to give a big round of applause to the performance. It was also demonstrations by the martial arts, the 24th batch of the Suwon City Performance Company. It was really fantastic performance, and it's really suited for the World Heritage City Forum. The martial arts is one of the renowned remains for the historic as well as the physical, the fitness truly set and show a lot of the meaningful events and the implications of the World Heritage City as a Suwon special city. And now for the World Heritage City Forum 2023, I'd like to invite the speaker for the keynote speech. The speaker is the Han Kyung-gu, Secretary General of Korean National Commission for UNESCO. If you need a simultaneous interpretation, please use the devices.
Service, please put on the receiver at your table. 자, 그럼 한경구 사무총장님을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
So we'd like to welcome Secretary General Mr. Han with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Han Kyung-gu, Secretary General of Korean National Commission for UNESCO. I really enjoyed watching very dynamic, the cheerful, the sword demonstration. I just wanted to watch more about the performance, and now it's also the time that I'd like to also share my keynote speech. The theme of the keynote speech, as you can see here, for the sustainability of the World Heritage Sites. And I have requested to share the theme of the values of utilizing World Heritage Sites for sustainability. The most important factor is the citizens and the local governments who can contribute their efforts for utilizing World Heritage Sites. That's why I'd like to also focus on the roles of local governments and citizens. Do you recognize what this is on the slide? I see that there are really few people who are young, older than me. This is the taken in Egypt. It's one of the remains of Nubia. The Egypt to develop the economic growth, as we have learned from the subject history, they really wanted to adjust the overflooding of the Nile River to set the dams in preventing the flood. And if they built the dam and very invaluable remains of the Nubia civilization were prone to the flooding. That's why they tried to protect the remains of the Nubia civilization. It's all well aware the dams are really pivotal for the containing and sustaining the life and the livelihood of the public. The restoration work was done, and to do so, the UNESCO held the fundraising for the building the dams to protect the Nubia civilization remains. That was about the 1963. The GDP of the time was about just above $100. But back time, the Korea was less than the $100 for the GDP values. To protect valuable remains of the Nubia civilization remains, the government of Korea published the stamp for the post office service. Back at the time, we paid only the 50 zon, and which really the relatively lower compared to the current currency for even paying the one-way ticket for a subway. And as a participating country, Korea actually participated in this fundraising activity. in protecting the remains of the Nubia civilization, even though we were not really economically developed back the time. When it comes to the UNESCO World Heritage System, as I mentioned just before, to protect the remains of the Nubia remains in Egypt, economic development and infrastructures and the urban development whereas along with a lot of the possibilities in destroying the valuable remains of the historic sites. To protect, the UNESCO back in 1972 launched the UNESCO World Heritage Convention to protect World Heritage. Then why should we protect our cultural heritage? Why should UNESCO start these activities and programs? Why? Can you guess any reasons for that? The World Heritage, for examples, we have pyramids in Egypt, we have a lot of the renowned World Heritage across the world. Then why the UNESCO put a lot of efforts in protecting World Heritage along with their programs? In addition, we are also talking on the utilizing World Heritage. When it comes to the utilization and conservation, what are the correlation between these two elements? As you know well, UNESCO went through the 2 world wars, and through the history, UNESCO has been a lot of the shocked by a lot of the destructions of the 2 world wars. In protecting those severe destruction, that's why UNESCO was founded, to protect and maintain the world peace. Just at the end of the World War I, in preventing such severe catastrophes, the UN was founded. And in this regard, the countries participating in the peace-maintaining movements, but unfortunately they had faced the destiny of the Second World War, even though they concluded a non-aggression treaty. After the 2 world wars, that's why we had the launch of the UNESCO. There may be a lot of the reasons leading to the world wars, a lot of the greedy countries, and a lot of the combined elements leading to the world wars. The one of the key focus by UNESCO was that was the ignorance and mistrust among the public, with the different languages, with the different lifestyles. Each country was not really able to understand and trust other countries and their public. So there are a lot of the misunderstanding, misconceptions, and the discrimination because of the differences among countries. Due to those misunderstanding and misconceptions, and the public was deceived by their own country leaders in the past. They were absolutely our beloved fathers, brothers, and mothers, but they became hatred and they killed each other, unfortunately, during the world wars. The UNESCO founded the World Heritage Convention. It's not just because of maintaining all the values, but also in protecting the values and understanding the value throughout the system, leading to the more mutual understanding across the countries in the world to remove misunderstanding, discriminations, prejudice. These are the set as one of the objectives by the UNESCO. That's how we are seeing the emergence of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. And you can see that the pictures taken in 1972 when the World Heritage Convention was adopted. As you can see here, across the distribution across the world, we have the natural history, combined history, as well as the cultural heritage as the types of the World Heritage. Not just making conservation, but also making more utilization on the World Heritage. These are really important. When it comes to the utilization, you may think of the economic benefit or industrial values as one of the key two things that you may think of the utilization. But the primary goal to utilize World Heritage is for the world peace. If we utilize World Heritage and if we take a lot of interest from the public on the World Heritage, of course, we may have the economic benefits, improvements. Then we can lead to the good cycles for the World Heritage, just with the assumptions that we are not just putting a lot of the burdens and pressures on the World Heritage to be protected. And so far, we have a lot of the ways for utilizing World Heritage. The first and foremost, how can we continue the world peace in reducing the misunderstanding and prejudice across the countries, which require a lot of the trainings and education along with a lot of the programs and activities. So far, we have a lot of the contents developed for the utilizing contents when it comes to the technical development. And throughout these advancements, we can reaffirm the values and implications of heritage so that we can reconstruct the information on heritage and expand the implications. When it comes to utilization and conservation, as I mentioned before, back in 1972, which was already more than 5 decades ago, and throughout the history, we have seen a lot of changes across the history when it comes to the meanings on World Heritage. As you know, the World Heritage is for the excellent and universal values on World Heritage. If you are the one of the activists, and when it comes to utilizing the World Heritage, is focused on the excellent and outstanding values of World Heritage. But when it comes to the excellent values of World Heritage, but beyond that, we also need to talk on how we can diversify the values and elements on the World Heritage. These are to be more focused. When it comes to the culture, and with the emergence of the 18th or the 19th century, of the emergence of the World Heritage as the key term, and until the foundation of the UNESCO, and culture, as it is, embodies all the circumstances and conditions in our life, all the designed values and the lifestyles when it comes to the implications of the cultural heritage. So as you can see here, and we have a lot of the directions as well. So when it comes to the World Heritage, these are the two key elements to fulfill the requirements for World Heritage. But nowadays, with the 1980s, UNESCO, when it comes to the meanings of World Heritage, have been putting a lot of efforts and discussions on diversifying the definitions and the concept of the World Heritage across the countries. And in this regard, we have seen a lot of the changing movements to do so. For utilization and conservation, we can share with one of the renowned examples, which is the tourism. During lunch, just before, if the Seoul lights come to Suwon, they really enjoyed watching and looking around Suwon. And so we are wondering why those living in Seoul are not really visiting Suwon frequently, because it's really close when it comes to the physical distance. But if we say that we have a lot of the tourists, it means it's really good and positive, but at the same time, we can also think of another very severe trends. And as you can see here on the graph, we have seen the rapidly increasing number of the tourists. By spending a lot of the jet fares and by traveling across the world, because they really want to watch the historic sites and the World Heritage sites. What about the neighbors or the living those surrounded around the World Heritage sites? We also need to consider the consequences. For the inscriptions to the World Heritage, we see the categories here. We have the World Heritage Convention are the criteria for designating and inscribing as a World Heritage for the categories here, so that the sites and remains can be inscribed as a World Heritage beyond and according to the convention here. And we see that we have a lot of the World Heritage which have been inscribed already by the UNESCO. As mentioned before, why should we utilize and why should we conserve World Heritage? Why should we train and educate the people? Because we see that the root cause of the foundation of the UNESCO, if you look at the pretext and preamble to the Constitution of UNESCO, and there's a statement saying that since words begin in the minds of men, of course, according to the very severe, the realistic based the pioneers, they think that they can think of another reason to do so. But we also need to think of the why we need to utilize and why we need to conserve, because in order to reduce the misconception, misunderstanding, and prejudice. This is why UNESCO, within the defense of peace, is one of the key elements that they has been focused. That's why the World Heritage in building such the boundary of the peace as a key direction. And for instance, the Suwon Hwasong Fortress can see that this is a type of the fortress. And you can see that the work gates are having a lot of the fortress and the buildings and structures. There are a lot of the castles and the walls. The total configuration is the fortress, but not just to make combat, but also to preserve the world peace. We also need to set how to maintain the global peace. It's really important to educate and to train the values of World Heritage. So that's, we have talked on diversity and the mass spread and mutual understanding among the public on the World Heritage. Of course, the Hwasong, the fortress, is also important, but in other countries, in other regions, we see a lot of valuable culture heritage as well. We also need to understand other countries' World Heritage sites at the same time. For educating and training the people, it's really important to have the curriculums and the textbook which can contain the information. But from our lifestyles, we also need to discuss and spread that we can contribute to improving our understanding in building more awareness and the ethical solidarity leading to the global peace from the World Heritage. To utilize World Heritage, and education have been a lot of efforts across the world. And on behalf of our Korean National Commission for UNESCO, we have developed very good curriculums and training materials for utilizing World Heritage. If you look at the utilizing World Heritage, you may think of the history book or some other contents on the historic sites as well. But why UNESCO built and founded the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention, why World Heritage, is to really perceive and also pursue the world peace, globalization, and the mutual understanding, as well as the knowledge across the world. These materials will be uploaded on our official website, so we ask for a lot of the active interest and to utilize these curriculums and materials. And so far, UNESCO has been a lot of contributions. And Korea, we have built our commission built the commissions for interpreting the World Heritage sites. So in specific, I'd like to share with you more examples.
유산
Now, having a heritage, it's really a great thing. As a very young child, you have been living with heritage, and you have very easy access to the heritage. How precious is that? So, this heritage should be part of our everyday life. It shouldn't be simply, oh, that's awesome, but we need to understand and think about what significance, what implication this has. Also, these heritages are very important. Of course, it's a blessing to have such a heritage, but on the other hand, there may be some restrictions for development or property rights. So having an heritage may benefit some, but some may say that our region, we want a bigger road and we want more buildings, but that's not possible because of cultural heritages. But if you take a step back and think about it, that is because why this space that we're living in, this region where we're living in, can be preserved. So that's something that we should think about. So how are we going to utilize heritage in our everyday lives? That was the question. And related to how World Heritages can be utilized, this was created by the UNESCO headquarters. Many elements can be interconnected with heritage. It's related to politics, money, of course, and all of these elements are included. And from war or climate change, we also need to protect our heritage. So we need to think about many different aspects. Then tourism. So what happens when there's too much tourism? In case of Bukchon in Korea, this place isn't even a World Heritage, but you can see these tourists coming in from early in the morning, and people can't really live here, so they leave. And this is a village of Hanok, and with no people living here, what would happen? If people don't live here, it simply becomes a shop or something to simply show off to other people, and that won't last long. So looking from the outside, the Hanok that we see today seem like traditional Hanok, but eventually, when people leave, Hanok will no longer be developed. So then, how can we make this area livable for the residents and still make it meaningful for people who come and visit? So that's another big homework that we have in front of us. So again, tourism. tourism itself can be a huge blessing, but again, creating something for the visitors to show. And in the preparation of that, we may somehow distort or destroy the original form and meaning of our heritage. So we need to control our heritage very well to make it possible for people to better understand World Heritage and also enhance the quality of life for the residents and promote the understanding and implication of cultural heritage as well as economic development. So this is a very important aspect. So we can talk about many different aspects of tourism, and I think that Suwon has been doing a great job in terms of tourism. The mayor of Suwon also mentioned this earlier, but Suwon has been making efforts for sustainable utilization of cultural heritage and has great interest in this topic. And over lunch, I thought about this, and cities that have these world heritages, one of the prominent cities is Gyeongju or Andong. And all of these cities are somehow very historical cities. But when we think about Suwon, of course, it's been more than 2 centuries in constructing Hwasong Fortress, but since its planning, I think it was very future oriented. When King Jeongjo the Great, tried to move the capital, but economically, it thought that Suwon was a very important economic capital for the country. So it was very future oriented, and the sustainable utilization was something that Suwon was very focused on from the very beginning. So I look forward to the future as well. And other countries around the world, Barcelona or Rome, they all have very serious issues over tourism. And we have many things to share at our website, so please contact us if you need anything else. Another important aspect is storytelling and culture industry. So cultural heritage are material. They are tangible assets. So it has this implication of when it was made, and also we have to think about the implications in the coming future. And when the cultural heritage was created, there may be things that they didn't put into account, for example, world peace or human rights or globalization. So these are some perspectives that we should be able to storytell to the public. And we are already doing this a lot in many different bodies as well. And I think Suwon can also look into this, and we look forward to the results in the coming years. Suwon is actually doing very good and has had great focus on this matter from very early in the process. And so we have great expectations towards Suwon. So with this, I will wrap up my keynote speech. So your local government and citizens will be the key drivers for utilization of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. That was a very insightful speech talking about the foundations of today's forum regarding the conservation, emphasizing the role of citizens. Thank you very much once again. With this, this is the end of the opening ceremony, and with the distinguished guests up on the stage, we will take a photo all together. And from now on, we will have a short break. Distinguished guests, please come up onto the stage. And speakers, please join us onto the stage. So 2023 World Heritage City Forum. Many People are here with great interest, and we have had the opening ceremony. Mayor Lee Jae-jun and Chairman Kim Ki-jung and other distinguished guests are here today despite their busy schedules. Thank you once again. The forum will be held throughout 2 days, and we ask for your active support and participation. The theme of this forum is Heritage X, and we're celebrating the 3rd forum this year. And to promote and enhance the city brand, Suwon, this forum is being held in this beautiful, special city of Suwon. So you'll see, you've seen at the program book, but we have many interesting topics who will be presenting and talking about sustainable utilization of cultural heritage. We have many different presentations coming up, so please stay with us. And with our distinguished guests, we are having a photo session. Please smile. Thank you very much. So with this, we will close the opening ceremony of the World Heritage City Forum. We will take a short break, and from 2:20, we will begin the session presentations. In the lobby, we have catering, tea, so please enjoy. Take a break, and please be back by 2:20. Thank you very much.
여러분 거듭 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 저희 본 포럼 다양한 부대 프로그램으로 여러분들을 만나고 있습니다. 지금 이 포럼이 열리고 있는 행사장 바로 옆에 또 전시 부스가 준비가 되어 있습니다. 헤리티지 페스타가 준비가 되어 있는데요. 팝업 전시회를 비롯해서 다양한 볼거리들이 많이 준비가 되어 있고요. 또 여러분이 직접적으로 참여하고 선물을 받을 수 있는 이벤트도 준비가 되어 있습니다. 여러분 바로 옆에 있는 헤리티지 페스타에도 많은 관심을 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. We'd like to start the session for the World Heritage City Forum. On day one, we'd like to start the presentations. For all the participants who are outside of the hall, please be seated within the hall for the smooth progress. The session one will be started, and the presenters, please be seated for the smooth progress. Thank you.
네. 자, 그러면 2024
You're having the session one for the World Heritage City Forum 2023. I am the moderator, Professor of Cultural Anthropology of Gangwon University, Han Kwon-soo. I majored in the cultural anthropology, and I am focusing on the educational values on cultural heritage as well as the researches on the roles of the public. I am also serving as the directors of the consultative body for the Korean cultural heritage. And I see that a lot of the programs and activities truly share our contributions on the development and the growth for the cultural heritage. And we'd like to also have the Q&A session after each session as well. And for the first presentation, we have the theme of heritage and metaverse. And the presenter will be the CEO of MetaCamp, Song Young-il. He's serving as the CEO of MetaCamp, and under the Ministry of Science and ICT, he's serving as the Vice Chair for the 5G Committee and the Chair for the 5G Technologies, and also the Chairman of the Service for the 5G across the country in Korea. And then Mr. Song is serving as advisors for the Cultural Heritage Advisory Commissions of Korea. I want to welcome him with a big round of applause. I'd like to welcome him with a big round of applause. Nice to meet you all today. As introduced by Mr. Han, I am Song Young-il. For today, I'm going to talk on the presentation, and before that, I was really surprised, and the city, Suwon Special City, was really fantastic. So it's also my honor to be here with you today. For the first part, as we have the theme of heritage and metaverse, this is the theme and the topic of my presentation. Regarding metaverse, I'm sure that many of you have heard about the term. Have you not heard of the term? Please raise your hands up if you have heard of the metaverse, right? Then what is the metaverse? To many of you, I'm sure that you have found out the concept of metaverse by searching on the web and reading books and articles which has been touched on the information on the metaverse across the information and the definitions. So today, I'm going to talk about my company, and as the name of our company, MetaCamp, we are providing the metaverse-related platform. Before that, I'm going to talk on the definition of metaverse and how and why World Heritage is so important when it comes to the metaverse world. What is the first thing that the human beings are fearful at the most? Probably the answer will be death. Back in 2020, in February, across the world, the COVID-19 emerged. by hitting hard across the countries, leading to a lot of the fears across the people in many different countries. In our workplaces and schools, we only had to the online classes and the remote from work as well, for workers as well. In the beginning, we was not really sure. Without just a face-to-face meeting, or not face-to-face or face-through-face, we are not really sure how we can or how could really deal with those COVID-19 pandemic only with online activities. But we have gone through the more than 3 years of pandemic, and now after 3 years, we are experiencing a new world requiring more and new standards. And based on that, this is the term metaverse. Then what is the metaverse? Regarding the metaverse, I have studied on the metaverse a lot to really find out the definition because our company is running a business related to metaverse. But our conclusion is that 3D spatial digital transformation are defined by the definition of metacamp or metaverse. In this regard, the metaverse is internet service which are connecting the 3D places. We have 4 elements consisting of metaverse: digital twin, IoT, as you have heard a lot. The IoT in the future, that everything and every object will be connected via sensors on the internet, which is IoT. And to observe those phenomena, we have the virtual reality. And the thing that we have not touched upon a lot, which is the next topic, which is the real world, because we need real world to talk and discuss on metaverse. Without real world, we cannot build metaverse. Metaverse via this transformation. Reality. The physical reality and the virtual spaces are being connected. For each space is being connected via data. I or me, the users, which can represent it ourselves, can be configured as the data cluster. Now we are living in the world of atoms, but avatars, which is the core category of the digital space, are being available as a type of the communication services in Metaverse, which are defined by our company, and that's how and why we are working for. Then when it comes to the correlation between heritage and Metaverse, and throughout my presentation, as I was requested to give the presentation, I was concerned because about this since 2006 or 7, AR, VR, MR, SR have been the key topics. And likewise, the government of Korea as well as other countries have focused on the content services as part of their support project. In this regard, the cultural heritage leading to the VR contents, along with the very different support programs have been put forth by the governments. You can see that some of the segmentations as well. Then when it comes to metaverse, then why we need metaverse in the cultural heritage? Why we need metaverse in heritage? As we have concerned a lot in Korea and other countries, not just only on our Korean cultural heritage, but there's other countries. And definitely the metaverse R&D on heritage and network are definitely necessary for the sustainable elements of world heritage. That's why we need metaverse. And how and up to where we can apply metaverse for the strengthening our network for heritage. As mentioned before, in the virtual space, IoT, or digital twin, and the real world as key 4 topics under metaverse. Of course, we have a lot of the diverse functions and technologies. Then, in this regard, the heritage with the metaverse can be built upon and what we can apply. First, for preserving and conserving and restoring the cultural heritage, we need digital heritage project. Second, we can have more interactive programs for the managing and utilizing cultural heritage via Metaverse. We can provide with the 3D modelings or the 365 days available services so that the users can visit virtually on the cultural heritage by a lot of different devices and technologies. It's the same for natural heritage as well. And based on the global network, we can go through activities in conserving and restoring world heritage on Metaverse. What I like to highlight is that not only on the interactive programs, but also on management, we have to focus the two key pathways. Why we have to apply Metaverse. And if I heard every time whenever other people want to apply Metaverse for heritage, and I ask them, you need to set the goal and objective before you actually start the applications with Metaverse on heritage. Because nowadays, with the climate crisis and unimaginable incidents are happening around the world, like natural disaster, climate change, disaster, accident, destructions, and wars. From a lot of the very different the hazards and the harms. And we have to make our own the ways and metaverse environments which are free from space and the time so that we can preserve and utilize our world heritage. Let's have a look at one of the examples. On Google, as you are every day searching on Google, and for a long time ago, arts and culture service has been available. And probably some of you may know about the art and culture service on Google. And across the wall, all the museum-related movies and contents and data archiving system is available, which also has a lot of the tremendous amount of the data and information on Google. If you access into the art and culture service, even you can look at a lot of the resolutions-based information so that you can just touch on the screen by looking into the more details on the Mona Lisa, one of the renowned the pictures and the artwork as well. The other examples is seeing that the AR represented the site which has been collapsed with the bombing incidents by the German army on the street museum of the Broaden, the museum in the UK. And the right picture shows that this was taken in the Museum of the Military, the 3D Modeling Museum in the Paris. The 3D hologram was applied for the monastery of the Mont Saint-Michel, which was manufactured in the 17th century. Now, other countries have been put a lot of the dedications in conserving world heritage. We have talked about the topics and how to really conserve our cultural heritage. One of the examples in Korea back in 2016, the Bulguksa, the temple was collapsed, unfortunately, with the earthquakes. And the 2 centimeter the Cheomseongdae, which is one of the observatory, the national treasure, has been also collapsed by 2 centimeter, unfortunately, with the earthquake in 2017. Can you see another examples? In 2015, the temple of the Bard shaman of the Palmyra and the ancient city and the ancient Rome was bombarded by the IS, unfortunately, and some parts of the buildings and structures were disrupted totally. It was inscribed to the World Heritage of UNESCO, but unfortunately, we are not seeing all the total buildings and structures, unfortunately, with the bombing events. By VR, we can see and access into the interactive programs and tools. But to leap another forward, we need to have more innovations and technologies with the metaverse, which is one of the examples you can see here as the predictive management system on monitoring and damage, so that we can research, conserve, manage, and exhibit, record, and disseminate the digital cultural heritage. By using IoT system, we need to manage digital twin and digital heritage. I'm not really talking on the installing the CCTVs as a monitoring devices, but as we have a lot of the advanced technologies on the IoT system and services for the telecommunication network, so that in real time the data can be gathered and analyzed in real time, so that the AI has been mature technology, of course. All those segmented informations when it comes to the disaster safety and forecasting and the warning system are to be more integrated. From just segmented into the more integrated system, we have to have the integrated system not only on cultural heritage but also on natural heritage. Why we need to apply those technology? If you visit Gyeongju in southern city of Korea, you can watch very beautiful houses and structures. But unfortunately, with the climate change, we have experienced overflooding in summer, which has been not imaginable. Of course, we predicted, but which was one of unprecedented the level of the heavy rainfall. That's why leading to a lot of the destructions and the impacts on the Cheomseongdae and observatories and the very precious historic sites and relics, and some of them have been destroyed and collapsed, and also the incline by some degrees of the angles due to the natural disasters. So that we need to provide such the in real time monitoring and devices so that we can have accuracy on predictive and the monitoring system. In this regard, the cultural heritage and the world heritage, and also our all the sites and the relics are to be more monitored in real time with a digital twin for very sophisticated monitoring. That's why we need digital twin, the heritage system for on and offline, which can be also sustainably and continuously maintained and monitored so that we can have more proactive participatory engagement. And one of the examples is that the more intensive educational programs. You can think of the OSMU, which have been also one of the topics. So one source multi-use, which was the key term very long time ago. But from the OSMU, all the digital 3D heritage contents and information, if we all connect and utilize those information on our metaverse, and we can apply those information for many different purposes so that we can have more contributions and more the cycles and the outcomes for the societies. World heritage, cultural heritage, world heritages, and we can contribute a lot of the meaningful and research and ideas and educations and events based on our these advanced level of technologies. We can also apply into the entertainment industry. Likewise, if we say that we have the BTS concert on the Chamsil Stadium or very big spaces, then probably those stadium can only accommodate 100,000 or 50,000 people. But if you apply those entertainment-based information or events, then we can absolutely accommodate a limited number of users and audience if we apply those into the 3D platform. Or we can have the scene or the performance on Dokdo Island so that all the armies and fan clubs of the BTS can access into the concert in real time. That's the power and influence of Metaverse. Then simply the technology and concept of Metaverse as well as the ideology will be also more discussed. As you think of these potential, the cycles and outcomes, probably more than 90% of the participants can think of the 3D modeling so that we can have all full access on Metaverse, so that all round the people can have look at the information and contents on the World Heritage on Metaverse. Anyone can think of that way. But to us, as a powerhouse of IoT and IT, and Korea has to take a step further. And based on our advanced technology and information that we have built, and I'm sure that UNESCO can be more front runner in leading all around the world to really focus on more the metaverse related or metaverse oriented contents and platforms so that we can have really the better and the good heritage to our next generation. And now it's not the time that we can only consider. It's a time that we have to act. We have to act. Anyone can consider, anyone can reflect, but the execution is really important. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, CEO Song, for your wonderful presentation. I recommended him as one of the speakers. He really highlighted very important topics. I am really happy. And you also mentioned that how the World Heritage can be more utilized on the metaverse world and how we can apply and how we can develop our concept and by seeking very new values and definitions on the World Heritage on metaverse.
송영일 대표님.
So the questions for Mr. Song will be able to be asked in the next session. The second presenter is from Riot Games. We will invite Karen Koo, the Senior Manager of Public Relations and Communications at Riot Games. Karen has more than 10 years of experience at Riot Games, and before that, she worked at many different companies related to digital. Karen will be talking about how this game company is contributing to cultural heritage in terms of social contribution. So it will be a very interesting topic. So let's welcome Karen onto the stage. Let's welcome Karen with a big and warm hand. Hello, everyone. I am Karen Koo from Riot Games. So, Riot Games, you may not be well aware of this, but today I will be explaining it more. But much of what I will be talking about, climate change and sustainable use of cultural heritage, they're very serious topics, right? But as someone from a private company, somehow I really dive more into thinking about how to offer better access to the public regarding cultural heritages. So it will be much more real stories. So this is a really good story. You may have seen this on the news, but this year in May, this came notice, and in June, there has been an official announcement that to confirm that there will be multiple artifacts that will be designated as treasures, and one of them is the bamboo book of the investiture of Queen Shinjong as crown princess. This bamboo book has been created when Queen Shinjong Miss Jo was installed as a crown princess. And this is very special because in 1966, there was the French expedition to Korea, and a lot of our treasures, national treasures, has been stolen and went out of the country. and stolen, but it's not fully recorded. But there are cases where many of them were actually burnt away. And this case was where the bamboo book was found in a French auction, and we put in private capital to actually purchase it and bring the artifact back home. And in case of this bamboo book, this has been well restituted to Korea because it is fully owned by Korea. And some may think, oh, that's weird because Riot Games is a game company, and what are they doing related to cultural heritage? And that's a question mark that you may have. So a bit about Riot Games. So we call it LOL, right? The online game. We're a developer and service provider of games. And based on these online games, we have esports competitions, and we have global game champions as well. We plan them and operate them. We are a global game company. And another question mark you may have is, right, I am actually from the Korean office of Riot Games, but Riot Games is actually a global game company headquartered in the United States. And as you see here, we aspire to be the most player-focused company in the world, to offer the best experience to the players. That's the philosophy that we have. So as you can see here, League of Legends is the most famous game that we have, but we have PC online games and mobile games are serviced. And Squid Game was really hot on Netflix, and there was a time when Squid Game went down to number 2, and back then ranking number 1 was a content that we created. And then KDA, this is somehow, even before the concept of Metaverse came in, we used game characters to create girl groups and applied music sources, and the view has about 600 million views on YouTube. And as you can see, Riot Games is a game service provider, but going beyond that, we try to provide and offer more of a broader experience through games. And we have another title in Korea that is the cultural property called Cultural Heritage Keeper Riot Games. And since 2012, we have been engaged in social responsibility activities with the Korean Cultural Heritage Administration. It's our 12th year, and our cumulative donations is 7.67 billion won. So the Cultural Heritage Administration, we work with the administration, and we have the biggest volume of donations. A special thing that we have is that we are also engaged in bringing back home cultural assets that are abroad. And one of them is the bamboo book that I mentioned earlier. So in the area of cultural heritage, we try to find what we can do in cultural heritage as a private company, and we've been awarded with a presidential citation, and in 2 consecutive years we were awarded with the Award of Excellence for Social Contribution. So Riot Games, okay, you're a foreign company, you're a gaming company, you make music and games. Then why are you conserving Korean cultural heritage? Many people ask this question to us. And our thoughts went back from when we actually began our office, opened our office in Korea. And again, our initial goal was to offer the best experience, gaming experience to our players. So our philosophy was to be player-centric. And in the Korean region and the Korean players, we thought about what societal role we can have. So that was the starting point for us. And in that process, in 2011, from December, the League of Legends LoL began. And even before that, there was a champion called Ari. And the 6 months income or sales through that character, we promised to give back to Korean society, and we thought about how to execute that, how to actually make that happen in Korea. And some may ask, okay, why cultural heritage? Well, we are again a private company, and there are many things that a private company can do, many good things. They can make kimchi, they can share coal, but of course that's good, but we want to think about what we are unique, something unique that we can do as Riot Games. And again, we create and service online games, and we create and produce IP content. And we have more than 100 million MAUs. So it's a very popular game among the younger generation, 20s, 30s, and it's very modern. We're a company that creates a culture of play in the modern society, and we thought that we can be the window of communication with this generation, and it would be something that we can be good at. Creating a company of the modern world. So protecting the root of that culture, which is heritage, is something that we thought of. So again, we sign a contract with Cultural Heritage Administration, and we donate the money. And every year, we don't simply provide the money, but we participate in the planning stage as well to focus and prioritize which kind of projects this year and to go into which direction. So it's a designated donation structure. So initially, we donated and created the fund, social return fund, for in the initial stages, but currently we have a special fund created. And another thing that we do regarding cultural heritage, some ask from the administration, we don't know the exact timing of when we will get to engage with the different cultural heritage and what will be possible or not. In that case, how can we carry on the business or project? But as you can see here, we have a very complex structure. So we come up with the budget and accumulate the budget and fund so that we can move quickly when necessary. And also we provide history education for our players and teenagers, and also employee engagement activities like cultural remains cleanup activities and traditional culture experiences. And every year we have special planned projects where we help, for example, intangible cultural assets. And recently we focus on more modern projects, planning for exhibitions, for example, with the poet Lee Sang or Yoon Dong-ju. So as mentioned, there were 6 cases so far where we brought home our cultural heritages, and we're looking for our 7th artifact to be brought home. And we are really genuine in these projects, but finding these artifacts and going through research and going through all of the processes, we always work with the Korea Cultural Administration, and we are always here ready with the necessary money, with the fund, so that we can mobilize the large amount of money when needed. Also for teenagers and our game players, about 6,000 individuals actually made visits to these cultural remains and historic sites. Rather than looking into textbooks and memorizing them, it's actually much better to go to the historic site and really experience and feel and look and learn about it. That is a real living story. And they feel much more intimacy through this process. So this is one of the very important things that we do. And also for employees, we have cleanup activities and traditional culture experiences. This is also very important for the satisfaction of our employees. And again, we have planned projects as well, the conservation and utilization projects. We want to make it very diverse. So we made like fashion shows with our intangible cultural assets. And as a company engaging in cultural heritage projects, I think it's important to look into the direction of taking into account the uniqueness of the company and philosophy. And also in the process, we work with many government agencies based on trust, and everything is held at an annual basis, and it is designated projects. And this is not simply for marketing, but we're trying to have a very long-term structure with a very complex structure. So no matter how long it takes, 2-3 years, we may not have any results. But still, in the long term, we have this complex structure. We could still keep moving with it. And adding to that, not just providing the money, but we are more proactive and we take the initiative in actually participating from the planning phase. So the players have more pride as a customer. I don't simply play the game. I'm not simply a player, but I'm actually a patriot. I ended up doing something really good for my country. And the employees also think, the parents think that you do marketing at this game company. What kind of company is that? The older generation may not be able to understand this fully, but these societal roles, if they hear about it through the media and news, the employees get a lot more support from their families. And more than anything else, when we talk about cultural heritage and national treasures, what is this company, this American company, doing this, and how are they doing it? Some may kind of really question about this, and there were no cases of this so far, and we have become the first and only case in Korea. And we're promoting this message that game is the culture of play in today's world. So there's a lot more to do in the future. So for our game players, again, we provide history education and experience programs, but this year we're starting the TMO's Heritage Scouts to make it more friendly for our players. And also we want to provide more high quality education content. They can go travel Seocheon, go around the Hanyang fortress, and experience, traditional instruments and so on. So we will advance these kind of experience programs. And this year, based on what we have funded last year, it was used to produce the full copy of a full script of the Joseon Royal Relic. So we will follow up on that this year as well. And we're also looking for the 7th artifact to be brought back home. And if there is something that we available, we will definitely move quickly to make it happen. And there are also artifacts that were purchased from other countries and returned back home, but we haven't been able to actually show them to the public due to the pandemic. So we are trying to come up with exhibitions to share them with the public. And this year, yes, we will continue to donate, and we're looking forward to what we will be able to do next year with that money. And also, the name of the will be changing from Cultural Heritage Administration to the agency, Cultural Heritage Agency. But for the younger generation, I think we are the channel that is most closest to the younger generation, so that we can make it easy and fun for the younger generation to engage. And as mentioned earlier, our cumulative donations has gone beyond 7.6 billion, and we have additional donations coming up. So probably in 2 years, we will be able to accumulate donations of more than 10 billion won. And I hope that everyone here can have fun along the way. So in the end, we're again a private company, and we're going in this direction where a private company wouldn't really do so. And we thought that this was something that we could be good at, and we took on the challenge. And every year, we're really thinking of how we can do better, working and joining hands with many partners. So this was possible because we did it together. We didn't do this alone. And I am here. What kind of process that I've gone through, and I'm very honored to share this story with you today. And it's now 10 years since we have been doing these kind of activities, but getting more feedback from our players, I thought that it would be good to promote this and share what we are doing with the public, rather than doing this just secretly. And we think that this is a positive influence, and it can have a good impact to society. And so on the 10th anniversary of our activity, we created a branding video, and I want to share it with you at the end of my presentation. Hope you enjoy it.
우리에게 게임은 문화입니다. 그리고 그 문화의 힘을 믿습니다. 그래서 우리 문화를 되돌아보니 잃어버린 문화유산이 눈에 띄었습니다.
조선 후기 불화인 석가삼전도입니다. 기본적으로 사이즈가 되게 컸어요. 가로 세로 3m가 훨씬 넘는 그 대작이었고, 더군다나 이게 이제 불화로서는 아주 극히 보기 드물게 도상 자체도 아주 희소한 형태였고,
알이라는 이름을 지어준 여러분과 함께 흩어진 문화유산을 되찾기 위한 첫걸음을 시작했고,
효명세자빈 책봉죽책이라고 있습니다. 말 그대로 효명세자빈을 세자빈으로 책봉할 때 관련된 그 기록을 남긴 왕실 기록물이죠.
문화재 환수를 위한 여러분의 진심 어린 애정이 있었기에 포기하지 않았습니다. 여러분과 함께한 10년, 어둠 속에 방치된 문화유산들이 고국으로 돌아왔습니다. 소중한 우리 문화를 지키고 이어가는데 큰 힘이 되었습니다.
라이엇 게임즈가 지금까지 10년이 넘었다는 것은 평균 이상의 사회공헌 사업을 지속해왔다는 부분이 있고요.
게임 속에는 수많은 챔피언이 있지만 게임 밖에는 우리 문화를 지키는 여러분이라는 진정한 챔피언이 있습니다. 플레이어 여러분, 정말 고맙습니다.
문화의 힘을 믿고 우리 문화의 뿌리를 지키고 가꾸는 일이 쉽지만은 않았습니다. 하지만 지난 10년 항상 우리 플레이어들이 함께 해주셨기에 너무나 자신있게 또 뿌듯한 마음으로 이 행보 이어올 수 있었습니다. 우리의 자부심이 되어주셔서 감사합니다. 앞으로도 플레이어 여러분의 손을 꼭 잡고 한국 문화유산 보호와 지원의 행보 이어가겠습니다.
한국 문화유산을 지켜온 10년, 여러분이 있어 가능했습니다. 더 많은 유산이 고국의 품으로 돌아오도록 앞으로도 함께하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. That was Karen from Riot Games. So we had the two presentations and now it's time for Q&A. So can the two presenters please come up to the stage? So in this session we want to think about cultural heritage in terms of in the digital world, and also think about the role of game companies in this arena. So now, if you have any questions, we will have a Q&A session.
질의응답 세션에서는
So in this session, if you have questions, please raise your hands and our staff will hand over the microphone. We have a question here at the center. And when you ask your question, we have to give the opportunity for other participants as well. So please ask questions within 2 minutes and leave the comments for later. And if you have questions, raise your hands and I will give you the opportunity to ask one by one. And please make sure you briefly introduce yourself. So I'm from Suwon.
오늘 와서 보니까 우리 라이언
And it seems like Ryan Games has been doing a great job, and MetaCamp has been doing a really great job. But I have a question to Mr. Song.
을 봤는데
Before, the roles for the Eun-sung, one of the major characters of the Korean drama, the Jeonnyeon Ilgi in Korean, which means the country diaries, he absolutely died, but in some other episodes he also revived. So I just wonder that when it comes to the recalling the deceased and ancestors, and I tried to imitate the roles as the King Jong-jo, but I just want to know whether it's possible to record the deceased and the past ancestors by recalling them on our metaverse. And while preparing your answers, I want to get more questions from the Korean Commission for the UNESCO. When it comes to the World Heritage, and by utilizing the Metaverse, you also suggested Korean National Commission for UNESCO to have more the participations in the Metaverse. But when it comes to interactive programs across your presentation, but while using the Metaverse, what are the benefits and what are the types of the interactive programs that we can utilize on Metaverse? And you also mentioned that while we can have the less number of the tourists, but you also mentioned about the new horizons of the possibilities leading to the Metaverse, like looking into the inside of the zone or sites. Rather than that, as you mentioned before, when it comes to the interactive programs, what are the new possibilities and new benefits? Are there any things that you have prepared or any case that you have done before? Can you more elaborate on your case on Metaverse interactive programs? Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Are there any further questions from the floor? Okay, so up to the next person, then we can have the answers.
I have a question for Karen, and the issue is climate change. So through games, how can the general public How can our behaviors change? That's a question that I have. I'm wondering if that kind of topic has been discussed within your organization. So the answer, why don't we have Mr. Song, because he had two questions. Can you give the answer for the two questions, please?
I'm sure that you have a lot of interest in Metaverse. To the first question, and first and foremost, the meta-human technology is available. And as you asked before, like recording the one of the characters from the Korean dramas, and there's some case that probably documentary film on NBC that the one of the mothers they put on the HMD, the VR devices, to have the babies who has passed away. That was one of very inspiring and very the moving moments. The digital human and AR technology, and technical terms, we have the two technology are being combined. In that regard, there may be some of the social issues to those who have passed away when it comes to recalling them on the digital twin or metaverse. That in this sense, of course, you can see and encounter them, that you have really missed a lot, so you can meet them on the metaverse. That's one of the good impact. But for the past 10 years, then you can also recall or some of the very shocking expressions or moments after you actually encounter those who have really missed a lot. Of course, we have to enhance or preserve the rights of the deceased. Of course, technically, as you mentioned before, we can make those approaches. But meta-human, it's not really difficult to record them on the digital twin and technology. And to do so, if you make the conversations, and for instance, the characters and the voice of the Eungsamdae character can be also dubbed into another voice, so that we can apply that technology by dubbing the voice on the characters as well. And we see that a lot of the advanced technologies, like some of the characters of the Korean drama, the country, the diaries, and you can absolutely have the possible conversations with the characters who have died before. And when it comes to, you mentioned before, the Secretary General, what types of interactive programs could we have on the metaverse? About past 8 years, we have focused on a huge amount of the contents for that approach. And for instance, the HMD device on VR device and all 3D modeled culture heritage or the related interactive programs will be also provided in a more immersive environment, and that we can have a lot of new possibilities, like on Jeju Island, on other sites in Korea and other countries. We see absolutely a lot of the sites that we have not explored yet or visited yet before. So that 360-degree, the video capturing technology can be also applied, so that by filming and tagging with 360-degree angles, so that we can put the HDMD or the very big screen, now we can absolutely have the immersive environments on the historic sites and the natural heritage when it comes to the interactive programs on Metaverse. If you experience it, and it's really real, it's beyond your imagination. Like we can also provide the docent, the functions on the Metaverse. So some docent or the guide can give the explanations on natural heritage. When it comes to good influence of the Metaverse, and if you visit some particular sites and there are a lot of the amount of the trash and a lot of the possibilities leading to the destructions of the natural environments, but we can protect the environment if we have the less tourists. As you also mentioned before, director mentioned before, Miss Koo, like when it comes to utilizing Metaverse and around the world, one of the key buzzword is the ESG activities. A few days ago, as announced by the professor of Harvard University, if we look at the natural heritage and cultural heritage, we have to travel by airplane, car, or trucks, any types of transportations that we have to go there, and we have to buy a lot of drinks and ice creams, which can lead to all the carbon emissions. But when it comes to Metaverse, if we apply Metaverse, then of course, we can have still indirect experience so that we can also mitigate and reduce carbon emissions as one of the part of ESG activities. Throughout these technologies and beyond our capabilities, absolutely we have the more advanced level of the technologies so that we can have a lot of room for the further applications and also the applications. Thank you very much for very interesting questions, and we can think of the ethical approaches. As the Secretary General mentioned before, you also provided the answer when it comes to the ESG perspective. To the CEO Song, I want to ask one more question. Then, what about the ESG? So, to realize the ESG activities, the tourists, so instead of all the tourists to come to the site, the interactive programs and the good cycles of the Metaverse can be also provided. But for the citizens of Suwon special city, but not just within the Metaverse, it's really important for them to have very direct experience by visiting the site. So probably I can wait for that answer later. There will be some the more appealing and the more benefits that can be provided by the Metaverse.
질문에
So Karen will give an answer to the previous question, but an additional question I want to ask is, the games are actually one of the most close channel or window of communication with the younger generation, and you've experienced that for many years. And with this topic of social contribution, and you linked it with cultural heritage, and you've been doing a lot of work related to overseas Korean cultural heritage. And to these younger generations and teenagers, you've been planning educational experience sessions or education programs for these younger generations. So through these experiences, did you have any case where you had a special experience with this or a rewarding moment along the way? Okay, so to answer the question first from the floor, so yes, that is the theme of this forum, and we will have a broader range of topic. But as the keeper of cultural heritage, I think I can answer that question in several different aspects. So the biggest aspect or topic would be about the general public and especially the younger generation to learn and have interest for our traditional cultural heritage. That is the long-term perspective that we have, and I believe that is aligned and can be the foundation for sustainable utilization of cultural heritage. And to look at it from a more objective perspective, we have many different activities to conserve and protect our cultural heritage. For example, 성균관 with LX in Korea, as in Metaverse. Actually, there were cases where we lost cultural heritages due to fires, and it was important to acquire the relevant data in order to restore it on Metaverse or in the digital world. So among our projects, there were cases where we had ongoing projects to support sustainable utilization of cultural heritages. And this year, we support, again, the full script of copying the Joseon royal relics. And in the initial stages, we talked with relevant agencies in Korea. And if it's a copy, that means, making a copy. It's fake, right? So, and some of them asked whether that's the right thing to do. But actually, among the royal relics, there are many cases where we don't have an actual copy, and in that case, we cannot exhibit them to the public permanently. So, natural heritages or cultural heritages, in order to make these available to our future generations in the long term, we think that it's important to have copies of this and show it and share it with the public. And globally, we're headquartered in the US and we have 30 different global offices. And so in each society and country, we localize everything, especially our projects. And this includes carbon neutrality, and these are some of the activities that are closer to what you've asked. And in Korea, we focus more on protecting and keeping our cultural heritage. And regarding the additional question from the moderator, actually, the younger generation, why aren't they not interested in our traditional history? We shouldn't simply scold them for not being interested and not having much interest in history, because me as a student didn't really have interest in it either. And we do a lot of activities early in Saturday mornings, going to the Hanyang fortresses, and for gamers, late night Fridays, and after that, all that gaming all night, it's not easy to come out in the real world early on Saturday mornings. And when we recruited for the TIMO's Heritage Scouts, actually the competition rate was 43-1, and there were many of the players who actually came and turned out on site. And they gave us feedback that if, history class was like this all the time, I would have so much more interest in it. And so having that channel of communication through these tools is very important. And the Korean relevant agencies, when they talk with us regarding this, the younger generation say that they really like it and they are very interested. So we will continue on this path. I think we have about 4 more minutes, so we have time for about 2 more questions. On the back, we have a hand. Can you please send the mic over? If there is any other question, please raise your hand. Yes, one more in the back. Hello, I'm an activist in planning and traditional cultural events. I have a question to Karen. So the Akali music video, I am a personal fan of that as well. So I know that Riot Games is really genuine in dealing with cultural heritage projects, and I thank Riot Games for doing such a great job. My question is, so externally you do a lot of activities regarding cultural heritage, but the developers in Riot Games, it's important for them to actually have the experience for cultural heritages, especially for newly entering employees and the experience that the younger generation has. Do you have any events or internal experiences or events internally for your employees? Thank you very much. And another question. There was another question before we give the answer. Can you please ask the question? I am Ko Young-ik, and I am an educator. I have a question for... And digital has to be at the very center of all of this. And copy restoration is actually very highly linked with the topic of digital. But when we talk about heritage value, we call it OUV, right? Outstanding universal values. But this is something that we see and feel one aspect in a physical world, but as a characteristic living in this world, and especially in the digital world, I'm wondering whether that would also be valid in the digital world as well, whether it would really be identical. So when we use VR, of course the impression is different from looking at it for real and looking at experiencing through VR. Of course, later, if the technology advances more, things may be different. But the impression that we have in the real world and in the VR world, it's quite different. So if we have a lot of different copies, the impression would be quite different. And the OUV, I'm wondering if that would actually be valid in the digital world or not. And I am curious about your thoughts on this. I'm sorry, but because of time constraints, we only have a minute. Thank you. So we only have 40 seconds left. So let's have a quick answer.
예, 선생님이 말
As you mentioned before, this is the continuous concern that we have had. First and foremost, for the metaverse, metaverse cannot all change the current level of our platform, because metaverse could be a substitute for our current technology. As I also presented before, definitely the physical, cultural, and natural heritage cannot be fulfilled by 100% if you just visit the site compared to your physical visit. So when it comes to the digital twin on the natural and the cultural heritage, but beyond replication, but also we can utilize the more possibilities so that we can have the physical space and the metaverse, which can connect it with IoT, are being more required for the simulations. That's the one that we have to expand, enhance. Of course, about the 1 decade later, we can have more possible, the new technologies. Nobody can predict the future.
네, 말씀 주신 것
As you mentioned, in the world of cultural heritage, direct experience has the most impact. So for our Riot Games employees, every year we have at least one program or course for our employees, but we don't want to make it forceful. We don't want to force our employees, so we don't force them to come out in the weekend and make it available voluntary to come out and enjoy the activities during their working hours. And they can try, kalguksu or try the Korean hanbok. So we kind of connect it all together. So our employees are really supportive of these kind of activities, and even our customers. To our customers, we provide these kind of historic education programs, and we collaborate a lot with Korean artists who can make things more interesting. So we're working on this. And there are cases where our global office employees come to the Korea office, and we make them engage and participate in such activities to experience Korea and Korea's culture. So Yes, we are taking a multifaceted approach to this. Thank you very much. Well, preparing for this session, somehow digital environment and technically how can we apply cultural heritage and utilize it for education. But listening to today's presentations, I think that the most important aspect is to be future oriented in terms of digital and metaverse and the game industry. In all of these areas, to our future generations, it's important to make them experience and learn about our cultural heritage so that we can conserve and protect them for the future. There were a lot of questions. And thank you for that. But I hope we can have another opportunity to talk about this in the forum. Again, thank you for the presentations and answers. Let's give a big hand to the two presenters. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will close this session here.
잠깐 공지사항 안내드리겠습니다.
One quick announcement. We will begin the next session at 3:50. So please be back by 3:50. Thank you.
바로 좀 이따
We're going to start the next session. All the participants who are outside of the hall, please be seated for the smooth progress of the session 2.
네, 세 번째 세션은
For the session 3, we have the theme of heritage and media. So, to presenters, please get ready for your presentation. The first presenter will be introduced as follows. The first presenter for this session, on the theme of the heritage and media, we're going to invite the experts from the media and entertainment industry, and we have invited the 2 speakers for this session. The first presenter is the presentation theme from Suwon to Angkor Wat, the landscape of the World Heritage cities that we can have a look at from the movies. And we're going to invite the director of Gyeonggi Film Commission, Chon Chan-il, to the stage for the first presentation. Mr. John is serving as the critics of the film, and he's also working as advisor for Busan Contents Market at the Jamie Holdings and Jamie Media. Is also his own company in Vietnam. As the film critics and the film planner, he has a lot of the expertise and knowledge. I'd like to welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I am Chon Chan-il, a film critic. I feel nice to meet you all today. I'm not really familiar with this really formal setting, and I am more informal presenter, so let me have informal approaches for my presentation. My topic is from Suwon to Angkor Wat, the landscape of World Heritage cities seen in films. I have been working for the film industry for more than 3 decades, and I have watched more than 50 films so far. And before I get the request to give the presentation, the World Heritage cities or World Heritage were not with familiar perspectives that I have watched, or most of you have not really taken those approaches when you watch films. So to the general public, I think that we have not really conducted very proactive propagations and promotions for sharing more ideas on World Heritage cities across the films, and I thought we needed to have more promotions and PR activities on World Heritage cities. So while I was preparing for my presentation, World Heritage and World Heritage cities, when it comes to the key terms, were more focused when I started watching the movies just after I got the request for my presentation, and I am taking very new perspective before and after the request to give the presentation today. I have working for the more than 5 decades for this industry, and as serving advisor for more than 3 decades as a critic, I realized a new thing. And all of you are experts and stakeholders in the industry, of course, but to the general public, I strongly urge and encourage you to also have more efforts in spreading the concept and information regarding the World Heritage cities. You can refer to the brochures for my presentation slides, and the host has also prepared the poster and the pictures. You can refer to the materials and just watching on the slides. And when it comes to the landscape and the circumstances on the World Heritage City, and I think that we can have more interesting approaches if we touch on the concept or idea on World Heritage City. The first thing and first movie I reminded of was Internal Empire by Mr. An Sung-gi, the actor. It was opened on 1989. The Cho Ji-yeon, An Sung-gi, the characters appeared in the film. And I did not really take the consideration to have the correlation with the films, got the concept and the Suwon special city. And I became curious about the movie, Eternal Empire. And I tried to find out whether the film was background in the sites in Suwon special city. I tried to thoroughly watch the film, but the film was not the background in the Suwon special city. Back in 1995, it was awarded by the Korea Film Commissions on the Daejeon Film Festival. And An Sung-gi was also awarded as the best actors, the lightning, and the film had a lot of the representative awards by taking the more than 8 categories of the awards of the Daejeon Film Festival. Back in 1800s, when the Cheongjo, the one of the ancient king of the Joseon dynasty, passed away, and the Noram had very diverse conflicts, and he was trying to manage the publications for the King Cheongjo. It was the thrilling historic film. While we are having the new millennium age, the implication and values of the history has been more highlighted. Back in 1995, it was one of very extraordinary topic of the time. It was really successful. But when it comes to critics, it was really good, but it was not really a big hit when it comes to the economic benefits. And I did not really enjoy watching the film at the time. And while preparing for my presentation, and I got more interested in watching this film, The Eternal Empire. So I strongly recommend you to also watch again. And if you have not watched before, and please also try to watch the film so that you can have the empire inspired by the Cheongjo, the king, with a lot of the conflicts and collapse of the empire's monarchy. Then as the son of the fathers of the Joseon dynasty, and the film was really well descriptive of the informations and the history of the time. If you watch this film, I cannot really say directly, but probably you can resemble the current reality of the Korea with the background of the film. If you watch the film, then there is some related information. The owl, it was disclosed in the last year. The main actors was the Lee Jun-yeol and Yoo Hae-jin. If you watch the Eternal Empire, and you can also have very interesting points and correlations with the film title Owl, as well as the Fatal Encounter, in which the Hyunbin was also appeared as the protagonist. And the first thing you may remember and think of those films is the Cheongjo, the king. So please refer to the posters on each film. I'm sure that you can see the slide here. And I tried to search on the archives. Once I received the request to give the presentation, the Kunsan as the city of the Heritage City was also one of my research topic. And the host of the World Heritage City Forum mentioned that the forum is being hosted in the Suwon Special City. So rather than just taking more information on Kunsan, then you can refer to some statements and sentences, but please do not just take those into full consideration. But anyhow, Suwon Hwasong Fortress and the Suwon Hwasong Temporary Palace, the sites have been well taken for a lot of the Korean films. Until I researched up to the point, I did not really realize that a lot of the historic sites in Suwon Special City was background in many films. As you can see here, the director Choi Ki-yoon directed the film Tuition and directed by Lee Byung-il, The Spring of Korean Peninsula are one of the examples. You can refer to the photo for each film. So regarding the film Spring of Korean Peninsula, then those pictures could be one of the sites and the background that have been also prepared by the host. So I do really appreciate their efforts. Another example is that the guest in guest room and mother, one of the representative the films across the history of Korean film. And the Suwon Hwasong Fortress and historic sites have been well and a lot taken in the film titled Princess Dalgi in 1964. If you know, probably there are very few participants who know about the film Princess Dalgi. The major background was in the Dynasty Jin of the ancient Chinese history. So you can refer to a lot of the very related background and the sites with the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. And let me also skip that part if I'm going to also talk more information later. Next, Raibang, another film and another Korean film, classic. Cho Seung-woo and Son Ye-jin were the two protagonists and directed by the Kwak Jae-un and directed by Kim Hee-seok, Sword in the Moon. They had a lot of the sites and places in Suwon Special City. And this is one of the low-income and independent movie called Possible Changes. I'm sure that most of you don't know about the film. And next, The King and the Clown. I think that all the Korean people know about the film, directed by Lee Jun-ik. The sites were really taken a lot across the Suwon Special City. And next example is The Family Ties, directed by Kim Tae-won. And he is also more renowned as a husband of the Tang Wei. Directed by Kim Tae-hoon, this is the film titled Family Ties. And we cannot only highlight more than ever before the host. And you can see the character Suwon Sicheong in Korea means Suwon City Hall. And while getting the prepared for the presentation slides, and I just realized that Peduna, the one of the actress, was wearing the jumper with the title of the Suwon City Hall. You can also see that the background in Suwon City for the film and the 7th Grade Civil Servant, as well as a Minority Opinion, directed by the Hong Sang-soo. The film titled Right Now, Rang Dan, as well as Extreme Job, directed by the Lee Byung-hun, were also had the background of the Suwon City. It was also very successful and the popular sites on the Suwon with a very big hit, mega hit of the Extreme Job as well, with a lot of the renowned food in Suwon. Before, I did not really recognize a lot of the interactions and the correlation with those film sites and the Suwon Special City, but now I became more realize the new things if I also had the more new approaches and the new key terms. And this is how I have realized. And one of the examples appearing was the Princess Dalgi. And co-invested by Korea and Hong Kong, the Shin film, directed by the Shin Sang-wook, and Hugh Brothers as one of the representative of the movie production company in Hong Kong. The Shaw Brothers and the director Shin co-invested for the Princess Dalgi, can see that 북포로, 공심로, and all the related and surrounding areas and the Gongsim-do in Suwon Special City were really filmed across a lot of the region in Suwon Special City. I believe that this is probably #1 film when it comes to number of the background sites in Suwon City. You can find the DVD versions for that film. And after downloading the file, it only has the subtitles in Chinese, but you can also refer to the more available video clips if you like to have a translated version into Korean. The background and the time was actually the dynasty Jin of the ancient Chinese industry. Shin Hyung-gyun, the actors was also awarded with the Best Actors Award by the Daejeon Cultural Festival as well. So that's the end of my major information and presentation. We can refer to the text and statements. So beyond the Suwon Special City, there are a lot of the sites for the World Heritage cities across Korea. Gochang in northern Jeolla province, it has about 7 World Heritage sites. The first city that you can think of is Gyeongju as a World Heritage City. So I'm also going to switch over the Gyeongju, and directed by Chang Yul. He is a Korean Chinese director. Directed by Chang Yul, Gyeongju is the title of the film. Director Chang Yul, based on the experience in China, but it's when it comes to the identity as a Korean and Chinese, he tried to imply those identities on his films, like the Jobs and Fukuoka, a lot of the film titles. And as you can see here, the actor Park Hae-il had really good performance in the film, and the actress Shin Mina was also casted, and the film was really interesting. While I watched the film again, and when it comes to the lot of the popular ideas like the sex related or the action, but still the film, the Gyeongju, was really one of the examples for us to really have the very thrilling moments. Of course, this is humanism-based story, but in background in the Gyeongju, as the World Heritage City, you can have a lot of the background and sites across Gyeongju. So from the Beijing University, one of my friends is a professor of the Beijing University. Not but the actor's friend. By remembering of the time, the Chuna of his past, and he tried to visit the sites across Gyeongju. One of the examples in Gyeongju is that there are a lot of the royal tombs in Gyeongju. From those royal tombs, for instance, like if you go to the summit or the top of the royal tombs, there are some of the sites and the scenes that the actor had really enjoying the time and the moment, so with the recall the characters. So I strongly also recommend you to watch the film Gyeongju. I also thought that it's also good to share the 2 foreign films. The first of that is the Colossus of the Rhodes. If you know the director Sales Ryone, probably most of you, if you have a lot of the interest in movie, then you know him as well as the renowned director. The Once Upon a Time in America was also one of his films. And a lot of the spaghetti western. He actually had the first film which is The Colossus of the Rhodes. So the English title of The Colossus of the Rhodes. The Rhodes here means is the castle of Rhodes in Greece. And the Rhodes, actually in the Greek, is the name of the daughter of the Poseidon, the god. The Colossus, the very massive statue, is one of the 7 mysterious statues and the buildings in the world. The film is not really good, as I believe, so the film may be disappointing if you just have the high expectation on the director, but it's really interesting point that The Colossus of the Rhodes and Spaghetti, The Western, and Once Upon a Time in America, these could be the others that you may also think of or having more interest into the director. As I served a long time on the industry as a critics, I just came to know this film, and that's why I tried to introduce the slide here. And you can see that the Rhodes is also one of the renowned cities here. And if you also here, the name of the directors is Min in the Wanggawi. The actor and actress had some attractions because each of them got married. But it's not only just limited on the love affairs, but in the film, in the mood for love, the Maggie Chang, the Chang Man-ho, and the Yang Jo-wi, the Tony Leung Chae-wai, visited the Angkor Wat as the last scene. So Angkor Wat, the temple in Cambodia, was frozen for a certain minute. That's the last scene in the film. If you watched it in the mood for love, not just on the story on the 2 characters, but you can also think of what implies from the last scene. As you're well aware, the film is not just entertainment, only focusing on the negative consequences. The visual and audio senses are to be more inspired and more impressed for the filmmakers and the film audiences. So you can have the new approaches, you can have more immersive environments and impressions on the watching the movies beyond just following the straight lines. So that's the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention. Please turn on the microphone for me. Okay, it's working now. Director Chun Chan-il, share very good presentation.
The second presenter is on the production team of this TV show that you may have all seen. Ms. Yoo Soo-jin, the documentary writer from Korea TV and Radio Writers Association, will be giving the presentation. She has participated in the production of Celestial Collection and UHT Korean Heritage Tomorrow and historical journal The Day. And UHD Conservations with the Past. So programs related to traditional culture and heritage has been her main focus. Today, she will be sharing her experience on Celestial Collection. So the mic is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I am documentary writer Yu Soo-jin, and I'd like to thank this opportunities for providing me this opportunity to share my experience. As introduced, I've been participating in producing programs, TV programs related to culture, history, and historical culture. And for the past 3 years, I've been participating in this show, the Celestial or Heavenly Collection. You may be asked, which color do you like best? What's your favorite film? What's your favorite book? And you may be able to think of one. But to change the question a bit, what is your favorite cultural asset, cultural heritage? And many of you, I think, may, not really have an idea that comes up to your mind. But there are many traditional treasures, national treasures, that are at least 1,000 years old. And among these treasures, Korea has an art history of more than 1,000 years. And I think we should be able to think of and introduce at least one piece of our cultural heritage to someone you know. So you may not be aware of this program, so take a look at this video.
왜 이 꿈에 그토록 사로잡혔을까요? 재미난 상상이죠. 안평대군의 꿈속으로 들어가 보겠습니다.
전 세계 몇 개 없는 외계인이 만든 게 아닐까. 찾아서 그림의 하나, 조각 하나.
저희한테 돌아온 어색입니다. 아직까지도 풀지 못했습니다. 상당히 충격적인 내용이었습니다. 저랑 의견이 다르죠? 왔어! 아니 뭐야?
신비로웠고
자, 과연 이번 주 천상의 컬렉션은 어떤 보물이 오르게 될까요? 천상의 컬렉션 지금 시작합니다.
네, 보신 것처럼
So, as you've seen, this show is a cultural heritage battle show. So actors, singers, film directors, so 3 hosts come out and introduce the cultural heritage. And we have 100 participants in the audience to select the final treasure. It's really about how to present and deliver the value and beauty of the cultural heritage. And if you actually come as an audience, it may feel like an auction. So cultural heritage, actually the material is very various, and these are some of the items that were shared on our show. This one here on the bottom is the reliquary set offered by Lee Sung-gae, and this was actually used in the drama 정도전. And 1 year before Lee Sung-gae actually created the Joseon dynasty, this is what he made. It is a prayer text wishing for the dynamic revolution of Joseon, and he actually traveled all the way to Kumgangsan mountain with that hope for a successful revolution. And the one on the top here, it's called Happy Chup. It's a book, a very common book. It seems like one, but this one was actually written by Jung Yak-yong. And it's not a simple book. It's called a hapi. It means a dress in the colors of the sunset. And because he was missing his family while he was exiled, he actually wrote this letter on a faded wedding dress and sent this letter for his children to live a good life. And it's designated as a treasure, and so it has that love of as a father. And this one here is the genre painting of Four Seasons. It's very famous drawing by Kim Hong-do. It has 8 different sectors, and if you look into the drawings, it's like you're having liquor and you see women, and of course it can be something very common, but the actual implication of this drawing is that it's kind of criticizing these politicians who went out and had drinks at the daytime during work hours. So it was a drawing sent to the king Jeongjo the Great. So it seems like a very common book, but inside, when you look into it, there are a lot of stories behind it. So that's why through our program we wanted to reveal those stories and share it through media. And we thought that cultural heritage should be packaged very beautifully well. So as you can see here, we use large video walls when introducing the cultural heritage. And you may know this if you've been to KBS, but we have the music bank. It's where we use the biggest hall. But from this, it was the first case where our department, where we produce entertainment shows in this hall. So I want to share how it looks actually in the hall. Oh, it seems like it's not working. So the video wall. Apologies. So I wanted to emphasize that we use this video wall to express the cultural heritage in a very beautiful way. And in front of the wall, you can see that there's the picture or the host. And these hosts each have their perspectives. We don't provide the script, but they actually study and interpret the cultural heritage with their own views to present and share the stories behind the cultural heritage. So I want to share a few of them. You know this person. He's Kim Do-won from Shinhwa, and he's also an actor. And Kim Do-won actually visited Andong in order to meet a treasure. And he didn't simply present the treasure, but actually visited Andong to meet the only daughter of Iuksa, poet Iuksa, named Ms. Yokbi. And this person here is Yoon Dong-hoon, the actor. And on the left is the writing that Yoon Dong-hoon actually wrote. It's a copy or a calligraphy by Kim Jung-hee of Kim Yu-gun's autography of Mukso. So he actually learned and wrote this himself. So this program is like really working with these celebrities, making them study a lot and do a lot of research as well. So there were 42 episodes introducing more than 150 cultural heritage, and viewing and learning about all these heritages, I think I now have some kind of I have a discernment looking and knowing these cultural heritage. It seems like the videos are not working. Sorry, I wanted to share the videos.
지금 저기 진행실에서 수정하고 있다는 말로 먼저 설명하시죠.
네네. 아유 죄송합니다.
Apologies. So, in our program, you say that if you love something, you get to know it, and if you get to know it, you fall more in love with it. And that's exactly what happened to me. This is a recent book published by Kim Hoon, titled Halbin. And through this program, an item we discovered was a bullet of Anjungun. It's not in Korea. It's currently housed in Japan. And this bullet we introduced through our plan, and this novel Halbin was really different. And then there's this thing called 책가도, which is paintings that features bookshelves. And the modern people and foreigners really love this. It's a national treasure. And we introduced this, featured this on our program.
네네네.
네, 여러분 이게
I think we have some technical issues to restart the presentation, so please bear with us for about 30 seconds. Thank you. Apologies once again.
그냥 설명을 드리면
So the 책가도 I mentioned, you know Shurup, right? The K-drama, the Queen's Umbrella. And there's an opening video of it, introducing the main characters. And if you look into it, it seems like a normal animation, but in the back, the background is the 책가도 drawing. So these kind of, our traditional cultural heritage is really exposed a lot in our media. That's a message that I wanted to deliver. And another thing that we introduced was more recent. There's a film titled Road to Boston, which will be premiered soon. But this is a story of Son Gi-jung, the marathoner in Korea, and there is a cultural heritage of Son Gi-jung. It is a helmet, a bronze helmet, which is currently housed and stored in the Son Gi-jung Museum. And we think that in ping pong, there was the player Yoo Seung-min, and through these activities, I wanted to show you that these many different types of cultural heritage are actually used in our media a lot.
된 것 같은데. 차례대로 한번 그냥 보여드려 볼게요.
I'll show you one by one.
우아합니다.
So it's
세상에서 가장 아름다운 주전자로 불리는 이 작품. 프랑스 베르사유 궁의 샹들리에 조명 아래에 있었을 것 같기도 하고요. 영국 버킹엄 궁에서 여왕의 티타임에 쓰였을 것 같기도 한 이 아름다운 보물은 과연 언제 어디서 만들어졌을까?
때는 바야흐로 80년 전 어느 봄날이었습니다. 이 부여의 한 농부가 이 나무 뿌리를 캐다가 아주 특이한 물건 하나를 발견하게 되죠. 벽돌이었는데요. 생김새가 정말 범상치가 않습니다.
네, 저 마지막 작품.
So this last one here is by Shin Sun-mi. We collaborated to introduce the hodosare, and we use media as the means, so we can actually deliver the cultural heritage in a very vivid way. So simply said, it's really simple, but we can give further effects and we can utilize media art walls to make it much more edgy and really deliver the nature behind it. And with the help of museums, we were able to film shots of it in 4K resolution. And with media art artists, we did a lot of collaboration in introducing these cultural heritage. And for those of you who live in Suwon, you may have seen a lot of media art shows at this Hwasong Fortress, and we wanted to show those kind of things on stage. And this one.
한중근 의사가 이토 히로부미와 그 일당들에게 쏘았던 바로 그 총알입니다.
저거를 일본.
So Japan actually has that at the moment. So we simply, hear about it, but with that single bullet, you know the story of Harbin, but we can really tell a story with the single bullet. That was really interesting.
그렇게 시작이 됐습니다. 정말 다양하죠. 요즘 시대 미술 작품이라고 해도 믿을 수 있을 정도로 굉장히 화려합니다.
좀 시간이 있어서 여담을 하자면
But you know, you have people around you who want their own bookshelves, right? And always wondered why, and it seems like our ancestors had the same desire as well, showing them, like trying to show off who you are. And I think that's that was really refreshing. And in this K-drama, The Queen's Umbrella, this is the opening video, and you can see the 책가도. You can see, right? And the more you know, the more you see. But if you don't know about 책가도, you just see it as a drawing or picture. But if you know about it, you know that it's a 책가도. And this is the...
이제 아세요? 바로 고대 그리스 청동 투구인데요. 눈과 입 부분을 제외하고 얼굴 전체를 감싸는 일체형입니다. 원형으로 된 머리 부분에서 아래로 잘록하게 들어갔다가 목 부분에서 나팔처럼 퍼진 게 굉장히 멋지죠? 사실 베를린 올림픽 마라톤 우승자에게 청동 투구가 수여된다는 건 일본에서도 잘 알고 있는 사실이었습니다. 하지만 어찌된 일인지 일본은 이 사실을 우리 손기정 선수에게 알려주지 않았습니다.
네, 그래서 이때만 해도 저희
So back then, the Songgyeong Museum wanted to make this story into a film, and what we heard was that that story is actually going to be released as a film. So I think it's really good. It's a good way to communicate more easily with the viewers regarding cultural heritage. And for me, as I worked on these projects, I really didn't know much about history, but I learned so much. And even after the program, there was a web content contest. And regarding the Jeju-do April 3rd incident, there is this white squared stone with nothing on it, and we had this idea of correcting historical facts. And many people actually think that history is boring and cultural heritage is simply antique. But I think that you should have a different perspective. I hope that you can have an opportunity to choose and find your own favorite cultural heritage. And our program, you can view it on YouTube and on our website as well. So please take a look and enjoy it so that you can learn more about our culture and heritage. And once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience introducing such a wonderful program, and thank you for listening. So, director Chun Chan-il and writer Yoo Soo-jin gave presentations, and now we will have a Q&A session. So the two presenters, please have a seat. And as we did in the previous Q&A session, we will open the mic to the floor. So please raise your hands if you have any questions.
이번 세션은
For the session, we discussed on the theme of media, and I'm sure that a lot of you have a lot of interest. Film, media, and heritage was the theme of the session. So the first presenter was director Chun Chan-il, and the second presenter will give very new perspective on heritage. And to those who are not really a lot of information on heritage, the values and the new perspectives have been well introduced across the program. So writer Yoo Soo-jin, based on your lot of experience and idea, I'm sure that you can have a lot of the meaningful discussion today. So I'd like to open the floor for any questions. Please raise your hands up if you have any questions so that our members can deliver the microphone to you. Thank you. the person sitting in the back row, if you ask any question, please make sure to have the questions within 1 or 2 minutes. Please identify yourself and ask a question. Good afternoon. 고영애, I am the tour guide. I'd like to give a question to the two presenters, to Mr. John. As you served as film critic for a long time, and I have watched The Princess Dalgi before. But when it comes to the historic films, the problem I see that we also need to think of the values of the heritage, but sometimes there may be some misconceptions if we only focus on the values of culture heritage. So throughout your presentation, you also highlighted that for the culture heritage and the heritage, the sites, you also realized your new perspectives in the watching films with the concept and definition of the heritage. So for the future, like for the values of the culture heritage and the cultural asset, when it comes to your methodologies as a film critic, I'm sure that in the future you may have some of the new plans. So I do really wonder about your plans. To Miss Yoon.
It's basically the same question, but regarding historical properties, I believe that historical research or getting historical evidence is crucial. So, and I actually watched this show several times, and I was very impressed. But so the prerequisite is historical evidence, and when the viewers have to be impressed with it, and you have to go beyond that expectation. For example, digital technology or new filming techniques need to be utilized. So my question is, among the many, I guess for now, just for this show, so how much did the study of historical evidence take up of the entire work? Thank you. So you each have one question. While the presenters prepare for the answer, I think we can get a few more questions. Do we have any hands?
그러면 질문 준비하시는 동안
While you prepare for your questions, let's listen to the answers.
Of course, in the future, as a film critic, whenever and wherever I take, and the new experience will be totally reflected. For a film critic, we have been more used to having our habits. So we try to have the text as the film critics. And indeed, sometimes we may not really fully reflect and apply the context for watching the films. But as I mentioned before, throughout my career as a movie critic, the sites for the heritage has not been fully considered and reflected for the watching the film. So from this point of the time, and I'll be also fulfilling and trying more efforts to really apply the new perspectives. And when it comes to historical evidence, this is one of the controversial issues, so I think that we can deal with that topic later. And I personally believe that I want to have the stage for planning historical evidence, not just utilizing heritage sites as the background of the films, but I'd like to also imply and connect all the historic scenes and sites and the context along with the major themes of the characters. So not just the site or place, but I like to imply those sites with the context of the film. So it's not just like bypass or pathway for the cultural heritage city, but not only on the Suwon Hwasong Fortress, as well as other cultural heritage in Suwon Special City. If I am involved in planning, then definitely I will also request for the Suwon Special City as well as the Kunsan City as well. I did not really touch upon all the ideas on the Kunsan City, but the film probably, as you may remember, the Christmas in August, and the site still are one of the appealing sites for tourists. After 50 years or 100 years, the Chowan 사진관, the photo gallery will be the one of the heritage sites probably. So we can also have more discussion on expanding the idea of heritage. And we also need to look at how we can realize those plans into reality. But anyhow, I'll be focusing on those pathway for my future career. And the new momentum throughout my career and the life has been the well revived once I was preparing for my presentation. So I do really hope that you can also have the new momentums and new moments for your life as well. That's all from my side. And I think that throughout the session, like climate change and climate action, the cycles for the Metaverse was also asked from the previous session. So I'm sure that some of you may have interest in the media. So to the director, Mr. John, I'd like to ask more comments from you. So when it comes to planning stage, yes, planning stage is really important. Not just utilizing the heritage sites as the background for the films, but the storylines and the life of the characters are to be more connected and represented. Of course, the planning is really important to do so. Then in this regard, my question and inquiry is that when it comes to the heritage, for instance, like Angkor Wat, as was mentioned before, in the mood for love, the theme and the site of Angkor Wat was the film as the last scene. But just beyond the mere concept, and I don't really remember the name of the film, but as the actress Angelina Jolie was also appearing in one of the movies with the historic sites. So how to resolve those issues, the gaps, you can also share any comments after the misuse answers.
그러나 또
So the question for Ms. Yu was also regarding historical research, and you mentioned that you have to consider and take into account many different aspects to make it more entertaining and fun. That's right. Well, historical programs, yes, the prerequisite is historical research, so that hurdle itself is very high. And within that, we kind of refactor things, but we don't touch the fact. We look into a lot of research papers, and the museums, the curators, as well as professors, we ask them to cross-check things, and also to professional journalists as well. So from selecting the item all the way through producing the show, we go through a thorough examination. For example, King Gongmin, we wanted to deal with those kind of relevant artifacts from the Goryeo dynasty, but there was not enough evidence for that, so we couldn't go with that. And also regarding the Gansong Art Museum, in case of drawings, they're all unfolded, and we added some animations to make it into moving animations. And it's a program that ran up to 2018, and we also made attempts to use holograms. And these attempts are very widely used nowadays. So showing things through media, I believe it has a lot of potential in the future. So that was the first round of answers. If you have any additional questions, please raise your hand.
질문을 기다리는 동안 우리가
So regarding my question, I guess Mr. Chun can answer the question.
Indeed, I am not the director Wang Gai, the renowned director in Hong Kong, and I tried to think of why he also put the last scene of Angkor Wat. The time, the background time was on the 1960s in the film. And while visiting the Cambodia, the historic issues and the ideas were also depicted in the film. So that one of the representative, the historic sites in Cambodia will be doubtfully the Angkor Wat. Of course, we are traveling a lot in Vietnam frequently, but in Cambodia, the historic site Angkor Wat is one of the representative and historic implications of Cambodia, and I think that the director set the last scene of Angkor Wat. And when it comes to the dramatic development, the Yang Joey, the actor and actress, we've been encountering in the past, the companion or sympathy-based relationships, not just on the physical relationship, but it's like beyond the more physical distance. You can also refer to the film, so that I think that the director probably wanted to focus on the more like values across the storylines of the film that I can assume. That's only on my own interpretation. And probably if we have a chance to encounter him, I'm definitely will be asking that question.
Same question to Ms. Yu. Because you actually plan and produce programs and shows related to cultural heritage. So if you get to talk with the officials or people who are interested in this topic, if you give any recommendations for Suwon's cultural heritage to be featured in these shows, what effort should Suwon make in terms of as a city? For example, in the film industry or broadcasting industry, how can the sites be utilized more in the media? Is there any suggestion that you would like to make? So Ms. Yu can go first, and then Mr. Chun. Actually, while preparing for this forum, I did some research on Suwon's cultural heritage, and we definitely dealt with Hwasong Fortress. It's very beautiful, but actually what we concentrated on was the fact that King Jeongjo the Great actually utilized the labor of the common citizens, and he actually inscribed all of the laborers' names on the Hwasong Fortress, and he actually provided support for the shoes that those people wore. And again, Hwasong Fortress is utilized a lot in the media, and so Changdeokgung, Gyeongbokgung, and Hwasong, these were the three locations that we chose for the location, for the space for the king. And actually Hwasong ranked first among the three locations because we thought that in terms of beauty, Gyeongbokgung or Changdeokgung is much better, but people really thought that Hwasong is very beautiful, and it seems like Hwasong has a humanitarian side to the public. So if there is more content in this aspect, it would be much better. And again, the media art show, it was very impressive for me. That's shown on the Hwasong Fortress walls. That makes the fortress even more beautiful. And especially like our broadcasting team really talks about it a lot even after watching the show. So it would be really good if we could have more occasions like this in the future. So in as a TV show, we all know that there is such a cultural heritage, but it's the way of how we tell the story, how we present it to the public. So when the viewers, I believe, and the people who joined in the process of producing the show, I think is they were impressed by the heart and mind of King Jeongjo the Great. His love towards his people, right? So I think regarding the cultural heritage that Suwon has, of course, we have a lot of things related to Jeongjo the Great, but up to this point, the people of Suwon should be the ones who should be have that concentrated light. What about in the film industry?
수원이라는 공간을
So as the place in the Suwon city, what effort should we have in promoting the values of the sites in Suwon for films? Among film directors, there is one director who really loves Suwon. The director Lee Han really loved the sites in Suwon. I'm not sure his hometown is Suwon. And during the Busan International Film Festival, as he also worked on The Punch, the Korean film. Of course, that film was based on the original novel of Punch by Kim Yeoryung. The protagonist of Punch, the Won-deuk, was one of the teenage boy, and director Lee Han also mentioned that those characters were also really familiar with him during his childhood. So Won-deuk, the Punch, is not just he copied from the original the novel. He absolutely highlighted that he shared his own experience during the childhood, but now with the villains, but he really tried to share his idea throughout his film Punch. It's also same for another film, The Call, directed by the Mr. Lee Han as well. It's probably the film in English, maybe The Rather Sweet. And the Chung Ya-kyung, the one of the renowned scholar, will be also well representative the figures if we talk the information and the storylines of the Jeongjo during the Joseon Dynasty. If we have those factors into K-dramas or the films, then we can think of the new planning strategies. But we don't really have a lot of the full and competent personnel, so that's why I am trying to contribute those evaluations and plannings. So as mentioned before, yes, I am willing to contribute my efforts for the planning stage. Not just all the contributing all our efforts, not only just showing our images, but like to also more focus on producing those films with the background sites of the Suwon city. And about a few years ago, in Kunsan and Seocheon, I was involved in one of the advisor for the culture commissions, but the commission disappeared about 2 years later. And I'm sure that this is one of very critical time for the history of Korea. And unfortunately, the major part of the Korean history is still focused on the colonization era by the Joseon and by Japan. So that's why I would like to also focus on planning stage. Yes, that's right. In the media stage for the utilizing cultural heritage The session really dealt with a very interesting topic and information, but it's already time to wrap up the session. For the further concerns and the future follow-ups, as we select the Suwon as one of the background sites for the films, then once those selected and the background, the places into the films, there may be some of the pros and cons. One of the renowned fashion shows in Gyeongbok Palace that can be also attract a lot of the pros and cons from the media as well. So the media industry and or the connecting the values of the heritage have been well and a lot the contributors. So that's really important topic of the session today. If we can have more chance opportunities later with more upgrading and developing the forum, and we can have more new ideas and new questions. Once again, thank you very much to the two presenters, writer Yoo Soo-jin and also director Chun Chan-hee. I'd like to give a big round of applause again to wrap up the session. Thank you.
잠깐 안내만.
Housekeeping announcements. Now it's 5:01 for the next session with the theme of heritage and human will be held. I'm sure that a lot of you have to take interest, a lot. We're going to have a 10-minute break and we're going to resume at 5:10. Until the last session, we'd like to sincerely ask for your active participation. Thank you.
오늘 마지막 세션
This is the final session for today. To all the participants, please be seated for the smooth progress. Thank you.
이번 세션은
For this session, we have the theme of heritage and human. This is the theme of this session. For the session, we are going to invite 3 presenters who are the experts and stakeholders who have participated in the programs and activities in preserving, utilizing the cultural heritage, as well as the sharing the ideas and information with the public so far. The first presenter will be Mr. Kim Chun-young, advisor of the Suwon Daily News. He is the editorial writer at Suwon Ilbo. He was also has been the office. He's also at the steering committee of social welfare facility Batstar, and he was the head of Paltalgu Suwon-si. So he was engaged in many different activities regarding Suwon's cultural assets. Today he will be giving a presentation on leaders preparing for the turning point of Suwon Hwasong. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Chun-young. And throughout the forum today, the theme of this session is heritage and human, and I really thought about what to present today. And I looked back on what I have been doing to this day, and I am also writing editorials for Suwon Ilbo. It's been about 2.5 years, so I organized, restructured it, and made today's presentation. So my theme is leaders preparing for the turning point of Suwon Hwasong. So you all know about Hwasong, right? So how did Hwasong come to this day to be well preserved and continue into this day to become a World Heritage? So that's the main theme that I will be touching on today. So it first started by the planning of the King Jeongjo the Great, and then came Mr. Lee Byung-hee, a member of the National Assembly, who restored Hwasong. And then, with that restored Hwasong Fortress as a foundation, Mr. Shim Jae-deok, the mayor of Suwon, actually made Suwon Hwasong inscribed onto the UNESCO World Heritage List. Because I don't have much time, you can just read through the life of Jeongjo the Great. So you and I, this relationship, where did this begin? Well, listening to the other presenters today, I came to think about where our relationship started. So what I thought was Suwonbu Hwasan and Hyeolnyungwon is where it all began. So Yungneung, or
I called it Hyunryungwon. But Yungnung, the site of Yungnung, was when Seonjo, King Seonjo, passed away. It was to be the tomb, royal tomb of Seonjo. And after about 60 years, it was also mentioned as a candidate site for Hyojong. But Seonjo or Hyojong's tomb went to another location because there was an up in that site. So they had to relocate that up, which is why it wasn't used at as a royal tomb. But as you all know, the Crown Prince Sado passed away in a rice cabinet. And because of that sudden death, the tomb of Crown Prince Sado somehow was created in a rush. So at first, the tomb was in the back mountains of Yangju Baebongsan Mountain. That was the initial location, but back then it was not a good location. But Cheongjo the Great did not have a son until he was 38, which means that in my generation, if you don't have a son, you don't have a future, right? And if a king doesn't have a son, what does that mean? It means that the nation may go down. That's the end of that kingdom. So he didn't have a son until the age of 38, and the entire nation was highly concerned. And people were thinking of how to overcome this challenge. And in order to have a breakthrough, a man named Bang Myung-won came out. And in a meeting in 1789, he made an appeal. And Bang Myung-won is Park Ji-won's cousin. So, with that appeal, Cheongjo the Great didn't make the decision to actually move the tomb. I only have 8 more minutes, right? And so, our relationship today started at the Yungonneung tomb, when the tomb of the Crown Prince Sado was moved, and when the Shin-up was moved to the Paltalsan, the edges of Paltalsan. And then he finally got a son, and that son becomes Sunjo. And the entire nation, the kingdom, was excited, and that proved that the tomb site of Crown Prince Sado has been proven that it is a good location. And the secretaries all said to him, "Oh, you shouldn't simply move the Shin-up, but also construct a fortress or a castle." So that didn't happen immediately, but in like 5 years. And Suwon has been promoted to Suwon Yusubu, and they started to construct the fortress in 1794, and that's the year when Taejo Isongge started Actually, 1394 was when Taejo Iseonggae actually first launched or initiated the Joseon Kingdom dynasty. So it's the 400th year celebrating the beginning of Joseon. So that's how Hwasong Fortress came to be constructed, and they thought that it would take about a decade to complete it. But with these new with very good systems and benefits, it was completed in just 34 months. And once it was completed in four years, and Jeongjo the Great suddenly deceases in just 4 years since the completion. So that was 1800, and that's when things didn't go very well for the Hwasong Fortress. And then afterwards, Joseon kind of diminishes, and Hwasong Fortress wasn't managed very well, and it was kind of destroyed. And with the end of the Joseon dynasty, we had the Japanese colonial era, and they destroyed the fortress as well. And that destroyed Hwasong Fortress then goes into the hands of Mr. Lee Byung-hee. He was born in Yongin, but he spent his K-12 and college days in Suwon, and he was from the Korean Army. And he participated in the May 16th coup. And in 1973, he became a member of the National Assembly. And on that day of his inauguration, he actually literally begged the President Park Chung-hee to move the capital of Gyeonggi-do to Suwon. And he actually realized that. And Korea back then had a lot of projects to restore historic sites that were used for national defense, and he included Suwon Hwasong Fortress to be included in that project. And as a politician, he was also the #1 secretary, and he ordered the team to actually make a plan to include Hwasong to the project. And it was finally came to the approval to do so. And then comes Mr. Shim Jae-deok, the mayor of Suwon. In 1987, he became the president of the Suwon Cultural Center, and what he focused on was to make Suwon Hwasong into the center of all projects at the center. And as the president of the Suwon Cultural Center, you all know Hwasong Haengung, the temporary palace, right? But at that site, during the Japanese colonial years, we had a municipal hospital, and he decided to actually tear down this hospital, and he didn't like that idea. So he suggested not to tear down the hospital because that leads to not being able to restore the Hwasong temporary palace. So the Gyeonggi-do governor decided not to tear down the hospital and decided to rebuild the hospital in another site. And on that occasion, the Hwasong Haenggung temporary palace was restored. And with that, adding on to that, he decided to go on with inscribing the Hwasong fortress on the world as a world cultural heritage. And back then it was called Suwon-song, or Suwon Fortress. And a bibliologist named Lee Jong-hak back then said that we have the name Hwasong, why should we call it Suwon-song? So he suggested to change the name to Hwasong, and that suggestion was accepted. And when we were registering Hwasong onto UNESCO, we used the name Hwasong. And in UNESCO, they said that they can't inscribe Hwasong on UNESCO's list because it's not the original form, because most of the artifact is restored. That was the reason why it was rejected at first. And even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said so, and also from the Cultural Heritage Administration. And so they sat down with a journalist and the relevant official, and they actually went to Paris in the World Heritage Congress in France, and actually talked and persuaded the relevant officials one by one. And they all were very negative about this, but they were very impressed by this man, a mayor, working so hard in the process, and they finally allowed and made the decision to inscribe Hwasong Fortress onto the UNESCO as a World Cultural Heritage. And finally, in 1997, it was inscribed. And when I saw the news, we had an internal news broadcasting on this, and I thought that we will have a lot of visitors or tourists coming to Suwon, and I questioned, are we ready for that? So the next day I went around to take a walk at Hwasong Fortress with two other people, and we had more and more joining us, and we came up with the Hwasong Research Association, and I came all the way here. It's been about 11 years with Hwasong Fortress directly, and other than that, I've been engaged in many activities related to Hwasong. Still 26 years and still counting. So I think my time is up, so I'll wrap up here. Thank you. Thank you very much. The time is really short, isn't it? So probably you can use the Q&A session to explain a bit more. The second presenter,
라는 세계 유산의
for the second presenter, as a type of intangible cultural heritage, now you can refer to the one of the examples of the comprehensive illustrated manual of martial arts. The presenter has also the collaborators in developing the manuals. He majored in the PhD degree for the historic studies, and he's also working for the trainer for the 24th class of the martial arts program of the Suwon City Performance Company. The topic of his presentation is to recovering history and health with martial arts from World Heritage. The 15 minutes is not really enough for you, so please proceed your presentation. As introduced before, I am Choi Hyung-guk. Nice to meet you all today. You have participated in the long hours for the forum, and I'm sure that you are feeling very exhausted, so I'd like to also share with you some of the movements and gestures to stretch up. Let me put on my microphone. Let me show some gesture. So please follow me. Like this. And then backward. And then use the other hands by making the twist gesture. And try to stretch up your muscle. And also the other hand, switch over. This is also one of the fitness movements by using one of the movements of martial arts, and I can also give more explanation later. I'm sure that you have watched the performance and demonstration done by the Seoul City Performance Company, and I am the artistic director, as I have been recently promoted for the Seoul City Performance Company. This is myself. I am on the horse riding and making the arrows, and you can see that the performance and demonstrations by using the sword, and probably next year will be the 30th anniversary of my career. So I am the trainer and also training for martial arts. These are the books that I have personally have written. So 14 books. So that 40 thesis paper in terms of the military history and the martial arts history have been published. So every year I try to publish at least one book in terms of the industry. You can also refer to the one of the translated the versions, and it took about 4 years. And the Lotte, the press awarded me one of the publications, and the prize money was about more than 20 million won. So one of my books has been designated as one of the top selling and also the top performances in terms of this industry martial arts. The martial arts are being more stronger and more developed. In the martial arts, I believe that the martial arts consists of the gestures pursuing peace for human beings. And probably within the gestures and movements of the martial arts, you can also refer to the movements that we can find out the movements of peace. That's why I am continuously studying the martial arts studies. I'm sure that a lot of you had the PhD degrees in the physical education, of course, but in terms of the martial arts studies, I am probably the first one who have acquired a PhD degree here. Have you watched The Kingdom Netflix? Could you raise your hands up if you have watched that one, Kingdom? And I'm sure that yes, there are the foreigners here. I was advisor for the Kingdom for the martial arts movements and the Great Battle. A lot of the K-drama and the films, I am still serving as an advisor for the martial arts and the movements. So I'm trying to connect with the media industry, and a lot of the motion caption activities and the programs will be continuously conducted for the concert, which is the mobile phone-based video game. Today, I'm going to talk on the connection between the Hwasong, the Suwon, the fortress, and the comprehensive illustrated manual of martial arts. So 무예도보 통지, comprehensive illustrated manual of martial arts, was also shown about the episode 35th of the 천상의 목소리, which is the voice of the heaven, presented by Miss Yu. You can see that this has been fully inscribed to the UNESCO Record of the World back in 2017. This is also number 1, the treasure inscribed to the national and the UNESCO heritage. This is the background for my martial arts demonstration and performance, and next year commemorates the 30th anniversary by making the discipline and training programs for the 24th class of the martial arts demonstration of the Suwon City Performance Company. These are one of the front-running activities and contributions, so I'm going to also talk about my own experience. I believe that the essence of the Suwon Hwasong Fortress as a World Heritage. But as mentioned before, like the birds have two wings and the carts have the two wheels in balance, then probably the moon and mu, which is the military arts mu and moon in military, are to be well balanced for protecting the nation. And as you can see here, the 장룡령 was one of the discipline of the King Jeongjo was well highlighted. So 무소 장료, so moon literally, and the mu military arts are well balanced. And one of the examples is the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. The soldiers had to discipline and train for the martial arts. That's one of the safeguarding tools for the military force. We have to train ourselves on our physical bodies and to fill with our minds. The martial arts is not just a typical skill, but also the tool for showing and exposing the human beings as the real human beings. The sense is that we also need to think and apply those martial arts into the cultural contents, which are really vivid and more immersive. As we just watched before from the performance, every day we are showing demonstration in the Hwasong Temporary Palace. On the National Liberation Day on August 15th, every 300 or 400 audiences were participating in the demonstration, which is one of the unique cultural contents in Suwon City. For instance, as broadcasted in JTBC, let's have a look at the video clip on martial arts.
정조의 신도시 프로젝트에는 독특한 구상이 많이 있는데요.
현재 시범하는 모습을
You can also refer to the demonstration movements. Every day at 11 a.m. at Hwasong Temporary Palace, the 24th class of martial arts was also one of the original ideas from the King Jeongjo. As you can see here, you can see that some of the members were also participated in the opening performance before.
군사들이 입수할 때 가능했던 거죠. 그래서 군사들한테 이 무예도보통제 실력 무예입사기를 익히게 하고.
You can also find out me in the video clip. In Suwon Hwasong Fortress, we conducted the martial arts musical, and I was involved in directing back in 2018 and 19. And that's one of the closing ceremony performance for the Suwon Cultural Festival, with the filling with a lot of the fire, the arrows. Probably, as you remember, Director Chang from China, like from Shanghai, and we are also joined by a lot of the experts, and a lot of the people were involved in the directing and the producing the martial arts musical. You can refer to another example. This is in the east gate of the Hwasong Fortress. When King Jeongjo entered and passed through the east gate, and this is really historic site, so that we try to also have more immersive environments of the very beautiful the fireworks. But with a lot of the stress, unfortunately, I lost two tooth, so that has been already filled with my implanted tooth. And I tried to train my daughter. This is called the site Bongdon of the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. So in Bongdon, upon the request, yes, I am available for 24 hours. If you just watch me train, please do not feel surprised or frustrated. I'm not only trying to destroy or to make some harm to other people. So just let's have a look at the video clip. She's only the 3rd grade of the middle school student. She has been training with me for about 3 years. So after the training and discipline programs, the movements and the feeling with the Jinyan, the breath, and making the core essence and sustaining the elements for our fitness are to be well trained and disciplined for the training programs so that you can just learn throughout the classes of the martial arts. And probably that's how and why we can still live in here, the Hwasong Fortress in Suwon. Like if you go to China in the every morning, you can see a lot of people are practicing and exercising with the tech, or they're on the martial arts, and you can also refer to our examples here. That's how and why we are conducting the Hongjae martial arts class in summer, just within the inside of the temporary palace of the Hwasong. Of course, this summer was really hot, but by enduring such heat waves, we try to train continuously. You can see that the Samil Engineering School and the Namchang Elementary School students were also participated in the martial arts class to really understand their fitness. I'm sure that we can also remove the barriers in order to prevent and remove any issues or possibilities leading to the school violence, because they are trained how to enjoy their fitness for physical and the mental manner. You can refer to some participants in their 6th years. We have to refine and modify the movements from the martial arts into the more ordinary movements for the physical education classes. You can also refer to that the new classes will be also opened in the front gate of the Hwasong Temporary Palace soon, so that you can also have a look at the more insightful ideas from the new classes. We also probably held up a 6th class of the Hongjae Martial Arts Humanities class. So we share the dream and the power of the King Jeongjo when it comes to the ideologies and concept of martial arts. That's the themes and topics. The theme of the last week was only those who just read the books. And we call them as like the foolish people because they only read books. Park Ji-won, Yoo Dok-keun, scholars, and Park Jae-ga, Baek Dong-soo, Seo Hee-soo, and all renowned scholars, and their stories as scholars in the 19th and the century were also presented throughout the training course materials. When it comes to the essence, recovering wild nature, delivering intelligence, and strengthening spirituality are the key elements. So in terms of the recovering wild nature, we definitely need intelligence, and then we need to have the very well and good foundation of spiritual-based capabilities. I think the state of peace is the well-balanced manner between our physical fitness and our mental well-being. We can train ourselves with the martial arts. That's why we have the tong in Chinese character, means in the well balance and well communication. If we have good circulation and we are feeling good, but if there is some problems for the circulation within our body, then sometimes we may face some the issues or problems or sickness. So that the state of the Pyong means the state of the connection and circulation. The martial arts, we need to use martial arts for pursuing the peace. And we can empower our fine muscles. And we also need to strengthen up our power of meditation and our contemplation, truly enhance and also build up our own power with martial arts. That's why we try to focus on our martial arts. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for keeping up the time. When it comes to martial arts, it's not only a tool of combat skills, and probably the concept of the martial arts will be more applied to the pursuit, the state of the Pyong, the well-balanced and circulation as well as the peace. As mentioned before, probably can have a lot of the meaningful ideas as you presented before for the connecting between the public and the martial arts. The last presenter with Dr. Oh Sun-hwa. Dr. Oh Sun-hwa has been researching on the Suwon Hwasong fortress for long years. And Dr. Oh majored in the historic studies and also got the PhD in all the related majors and universities. Dr. Oh is also a member of the e-commerce, and Dr. Oh is currently curator for the Hwasong Management Office of the Suwon Special City. So I just invite the last presenter, Dr. Oh. The theme of the presentation is as follows: Heritage connecting people, people connecting values of heritage. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Oh Sun-hwa, curator of Hwasong Management Office of Suwon Special City. I am the final presenter. All the previous presentations were dynamic and fantastic. In Hwasong Fortress, and I am a curator, and I have worked for last 10 years. And last year here, this forum, I was also participating in the last year's forum, and with the residents, I was taking some opportunities to share the benefits and the good outcomes for the World Heritage with the general public. Every month, every week, I try to have all communications and discussions with the residents. And today, I'd like to focus on the people, residents in Suwon Hwasong. My topic is heritage connecting people, people connecting values of heritage. To understand the theme here is that now we have to focus on the human-centered conservation only rather than just the heritage-centered conservation. So today I'm going to share with you the cases. This year, as you know, the Framework Act on the National Heritage was enacted, and the cultural property or assets are not anymore. We only use the cultural heritage. When it comes to the act, the maintaining the original, the shape and the original context was more focused. But nowadays, you can see the more widespread the applications on the heritage. So we have the changes in our framework here. By accepting the changes on the paradigm in preserving the world heritage, the most in the past, we have more focus on the heritage, which is also apart from the natural environments, but now we are more focusing on the coexistence between the nature and circumstances and surroundings in preserving all the world heritage and the heritage sites. That's why and how the UNESCO has tried to more embrace the human beings as the key pillars in preserving world heritage, while also providing the benefits to the public and the residents. What is really more important, which is the values of the world heritage and the people who are interpreting the values of world heritage, who and what values are to be more protected. And I'm sure that you are really familiar with these questions, but the people are the ones who can protect the heritage. But how much and what the spectrum the humans can interpret the values of the heritage. We also need to well understand and interpret the values of the world heritage. But we also need to take the new approaches. When it comes to Suwon Hwasong Fortress, because we see all the fortress here, and the residents have very clear distinctions here. Changdeok Palace, Suwon, or other the temples here. Sometimes some other sites, they are not really clear about how to distinguish the residents. But when it comes to the Suwon Hwasong Fortress, we have very clear distinctions on our residents. It has more access in classifications for the residents. Still, we have well reserved and protected the structures across the Hwasong Fortress, as well as the intangible cultural heritage. But when it comes to the values of the historic sites as well as the heritage, there may be some issues, of course, at the same time. Once designated as the cultural heritage, there have been a lot of the laws, regulations, and policies across the time. The tourists have been increased by the threefolds who are visiting the World Heritage sites here. But if you look at here, the Suwon city have come up with the ideas to have the special planning zone for all the segmentations on the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. But this led to this mistrust because the Suwon city government was not only taking very good actions as they have planned. The access routes is also one of the issues for the residents and leading to the more protests among the residents to secure them the full access routes across the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. As you can see here in the Paldan, the Palda gate in the left and the right, there are some the project ongoing to connect the left and the right hand side of the Palda gate of the Suwon Hwasong Fortress, but still these can trigger some complaints and the conflicts between the residents and those business owners in the areas. The more we highlight, the more we focus on the values of heritage, this can also lead to some more complaints from the residents. This is one of the examples like pros and cons. Then from now on, for the residents across the areas of the Hwasong Temporary Palace, we conducted a survey questionnaire. How are they really aware of the importance of the Suwon Hwasong Temporary Palace? You can see here on the map there are 12 sub-towns, and most of the residents are in their 50s or 60s, senior citizens. And according to survey questionnaire about 2 years ago, and across the residents on the Suwon Hwasong Fortress, but unexpectedly, the residents really had a lot of the good and the high level of satisfaction degree on the conditions and environments on the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. Of course, they may have some inconvenience in living in the site, but still they have fulfilled the satisfaction level.
화성을 도대체 어떻게 생각하는가 주민들의 관점에서 한번 살펴봤습니다. 정말 수원 화성은 성벽이라고 생각하는지 아니면 시설물이라고 생각하는지 한번 살펴보았는데 오히려 주민들은 화성 행궁이 가장 중요하다라고 생각을 했고요. 내가 거주하고 있는 팔달산과 그리고 수원천 자연 환경이 중요하다고 생각했습니다. 화성
Suwon River and other natural environments were considered more important by the residents, and the intangible assets were considered important as well. This means that residents think that they do not consider Hwasong as a fortress, but something, a space for themselves, the residents, and not only the tangible assets, but the intangible assets as well as the natural environment were considered to be significant for the residents. And another aspect is experts actually considered the architectural aspects value more important, but residents thought that economic value is more important. So what does it mean by economic value? They're not developmentalists. Here, economic value means the value created by the utilization of the asset. So if we look into it, we think we need to take a step further into the history of the villages. This area is considered as the #1 village for the Hwasong Hengung village. And I told you earlier that the main access road into the village was blocked, and they had collective movements to get another access road available. And ironically, this actually made the residents really move. They were enlightened. They didn't simply rely on the district offices, but they actually became the players, the people who made movements. So the artists and civil groups were the main people who participated, but the actual villagers do as well. They come up with art festivals and signage improvements, and they move together to make things better. And Haengungdong turned out to have receive support by the district office. There were the most number of village-oriented projects that happened in this area. And the mayor mentioned earlier that in 2013, the eco-traffic project was very crucial. And why was that? Well, that is, this kind of was a turning point for the residents to think that they can be the movers, they can actually make change, not the district office people. In the initial stages, a lot of people didn't like this idea of the eco-traffic project, but people now have a good understanding of this, and the festival was eventually very successful. And this gave the residents the perception, the idea that they can really do things together with the local government. And now, after that project, the 12 villages, individual villages worked on their own projects, but now by district, by the northern area, the southern area, or the Haengungdong village, entire village kind of worked together. And over an accumulated decade of those projects, in Haengungdong, the residents came up with a co-op, Haengung Village Co-op. So it consists of projects. They have Haengung-jigi, the Haengung keepers, who take up roles such as information or guides for night trips, or volunteers that work on information provision and order maintenance. And residents take part in these different in these projects and festivals as volunteers, but now they become the main players. They get paid for their work and they get income. So that's the significant difference with the co-op. And now this year we're taking on new challenges. On the photo here, this is a village, Haengung Village Co-op called Haengung Sarangche, and run by the residents. So the residents don't go through the district office, but they run and plan their own programs and meet the other visitors. And the income that comes out through these kind of activities are then provided to the elderly. So it's kind of giving back to society or the community. And on the left, you can see that in March this year at Ikorong, we had a presentation. And this year in March, I had an opportunity to give a presentation at ICOMOS Korea. So it's really about now interpreting how we view and see our region. So in this aged village of Haenggongdong that became a tourist site, now people, the residents, are creating jobs and earning income. So things are really changing. And here at the Haenggongdong Co-op thinks that the most important aspect here is, before getting the job, is to really have that education on the value, heritage value of Hwasong Fortress, participating in festivals and so on. So not just the income itself, but we make it a structure so that they fully understand the value. I have 2 more minutes. And so now in Suwon Hwasong, many different residents participate in the admin section. We have a very inclusive cooperation relationship. And the residents are not residents of a single organization. They have many different needs and consist of many different people. And these relationships, we want to keep it very healthy and organic. And the value of heritage changes over time. There is the value of the past, value of today, and the value of tomorrow is all different. We, of course, have the common core value, but what we see more important and how we interpret that value, that's where we should begin and think about how to solve problems that we face. So the value is not just economic-wise. Economic value is about win-win, the value of cooperation between residents and the office district, and the harmony of all of these players that engage in the process. So development itself is important, but we need to think and listen to the stories of the residents who live in the area. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. So this is the Q&A session for this very last session. The three presenters, please take your seats, and the audience can prepare questions if you have any.
예, 정말
Yeah, you just stayed, and thank you very much for staying with us until the end of the session. This is the final session, and we are joined by the three presenters on the theme of the heritage and human for this session. All the World Heritage cities, maybe around the world, would have the common ideas, issues, and concerns to really resolve their issues and also conflicts and seek for solutions. The presenter Kim Chung-young, the shared from the past across the King Jeongjo and a lot of the renowned leaders, and also Choi Hyung-guk. You also mentioned about the comprehensive illustrated manual of the martial arts with connected ideas in preserving and making the successions into the next generations from the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. So transformations and the transitions well presented throughout your presentation. And Ms. Oh presented the heritage connecting people and people connecting values of heritage as the main theme of the presentation. Regarding the three presentations, I'd like to get any questions from the floor. And please also identify yourself and also to identify the person to whom you are asking the question. Please raise your hands up so that our staff member can deliver the microphone to you. Thank you. This is the final session, and probably some of you may not really prepare the questions, so I'd like to pass a microphone to the person wearing in the white shirt. Could you also identify yourself, please? Good afternoon. I am Chu Ho-kyung from the Cheongshin Women High School. I'd like to ask a question to curator Oh San-hwa. As we presented before, while building the organic relationship between the residents and the values of the Suwon Hwasong Fortress was well highlighted. But in conserving the values of the heritage, what efforts can you also have from the stakeholders and researchers? Thank you very much for your question. So while Dr. Oh is preparing for answers, I'd like to get more questions from the floor to the lady sitting in the middle row.
안녕하세요.
Hello, I'm from Kang Seung-hae from Konkuk University. My question also goes to Ms. Oh. So in case of Suwon Hwasong, regarding the restoration, the residents were initially opposing to it, and afterwards the residents began their own activities and are now moving with the local government. But I think it's a very unique case because generally the residents don't take the initiative, and the local government has to move first. But in that case, how do you encourage the interest and support from the community? think we can take one more question before getting the answers.
저는 김동석입니다.
I am Kim Dong-seok. I have a question to Mr. Kim Chung-young. So when Jeongjo the Great actually constructed the Suwon Hwasong, and we had two more leaders who led up to Suwon Hwasong where it is today. So to represent the cultural heritage, what direction should we go towards in the future to reproduce what we have seen in the past? I also have an additional question to Mr. Kim. So the World Cultural Heritage, the leaders, you presented the leaders who have been taking the initiative, and I want to ask what you want to say to the future generation, the leaders, if they want to become a leader to take on this heritage. Is there anything you want to request for the younger generation? So I guess we can have Ms. Oh answer first, and then Mr. Kim, and then additional questions. I'm sorry, but I didn't get the first question. Did you ask what needs to be emphasized for these kind of activities? Can we have the microphone, please? It would be nice if you could clarify the question. You said that Hwasong Haengung is the case where the residents' efforts and the efforts of the residents have been emphasized, but to protect and conserve cultural heritage, what are cases where?
네, 관계자의 노력이었군요. 바로 저의 이야기.
So what the local government officials like me have to do, right? So in 2003, we restored the initial part, and then from 2003, we are continuing the restoration project. And in this process of restoration, officials have been making a lot of effort, but what was most important was the correct comprehension of our cultural heritage. So what kind of architecture this is and what function it has, that was the initial historic study or evidence that we needed. And we needed to look into the design and the construction process as well, from every little element of the architecture, so that each of the elements were very important. So there are 5 C's that we need to consider, and one of the most important things among these 5 are the capacity building of the people who manage these properties. So they need to have that capacity and have the affection towards these heritage, and they need to engage in endless research and study along this journey. And the second question was, in the case of Haengung-dong, you said that it was very unique that the residents took the initiative. So if it's the opposite case, what do we have to do, right? That's actually a very challenging case. When I talked about the Haengung-dong's case, but it is a very unique case, as you said. But when we listen to the residents for the past 2 decades, there have been endless comprehension and and they try to understand the heritage very hard. And we constantly ask for feedback. And we have a new organization now where the residents themselves can welcome tourists coming to the region, and we are supporting their activities in return. So we need to think about whether the district office has that capacity. But again, the role of the district office should be about listening to the voices of the residents. So getting feedback and providing support for the residents so that they can bring out and carry out their plans autonomously. So these are some of the efforts that the local government should take on. Thank you, Mr. Kim. I think Ms. O. Let me elaborate on what Ms. O mentioned at the last part of her answer. So from the date since the inscription, I was directly engaged in Hwasong related activities for the past 11 years. And back in the early days, there was no organization or group of residents. So in the Hwasong Management Office, I wanted to talk with the residents, and I didn't have anyone to talk to. So I kind of made groups, and they partnered up and carried out activities, and they are still working and taking the initiative in relevant projects. So in the initial stage, it's important for the local government to make the opportunity and open up more opportunities. And there was another question for me regarding fortresses. The intangible asset activities, you asked about how we can utilize those intangible assets. Do you live in Suwon? Well, my thought is that we're already doing quite a lot of those kind of activities. But of course, there is plenty of room for improvement. And the city of Suwon isn't the one who should be taking the initiative, but the residents should get together and make suggestions to the city council, and that will be more rewarding for the residents. Was that enough as an answer? Actually, it's been more than a decade since I retired. So I'm not sure if I'm the right person to talk from the city's perspective. And the additional question on what to ask for to the future generation, right? Well, that's not easy. Let me share my example. I have 3 kids, and the last one, I gave birth to him at the age of 40, and he was not that healthy when he was first born. So I was always concerned of his health. And so I thought of 2 things. One is to study, and the second is to be healthy. So I always hold my son's hand and took expeditions on going to historic sites. I always took him with me. So my son, as a very young boy, he wanted to be a historian. And he was really interested in history and actually did major in history in college. And he went to China to study Chinese history and is currently is a graduate school student at Korea University. So I do think that he will continue to study and do research in Suwon Hwasong Fortress. My thought is that if the children are not interested in it, parents are the one who should be in charge of making the children have interest. I think that's the role that parents should take on. Thank you for sharing your experience. And yes, actually, the leaders that took on the initiative of building and developing Suwon, Hwasong, it's actually an open question. Someone will definitely be presenting this in the future, and on building on to the three leaders that you have presented in your presentation, there will be more people and more leaders who will take on that, build on that perspective.
So, Dr. Choi, when it comes to the comprehensive illustrated manual of martial arts, when it comes to the memory of the wall, you participated in enhancing and the restoring, not just only with the martial arts, but you also took a lot of the well-being and the physical fitness to utilize the martial arts along with your programs. So in this regard, to the Suwon city residents, are there any things that you can share with us? Any ideas relating to the physical fitness and happiness and well-being? So you also mentioned before, the one of the objective for the martial arts movements also have the well-balanced eat. So could you also more share with us that idea as well? Still, the future of the martial arts is the top priority in my life. But when it comes to the essence, and while we are being more trained for the martial arts to recover and restore our wild nature with the kicking, punching, and making a lot of the sweat from the movements and gestures, the wild nature could have more focus on the intelligent the gestures, so that when it comes to the intelligence and the wild nature are the key essence of martial arts. And in doing so, if you know the power, if you know the fitness, you can be the leaders and the one who can lead and control the power, so that you can understand the balanced manner. I think that that's the state of peace that we like to also want to achieve in the future. So within the World Heritage City, and Chang Yong-young and his group soldiers was also the 24th, the company of the Suwon Hwasong Fortress of the Joseon Dynasty. So in this regard, for tourists and the martial arts, the performers, and we can have more build up the connections and the more interactive the program, so now we can understand more on the movements, so now we can have more understanding and comprehension on the Suwon Hwasong Fortress if we also apply the martial arts movements. That's what and how we are focusing on. Thank you very much for your answers and comments. The theme of this session, the heritage and human, I believe that this theme will be more important over time. As you also mentioned before, with the launch of the Framework Act on the National Cultural Heritage, it's not just the changes on the key terms from the culture property into the cultural heritage. There will be some the new changes on the perspectives on cultural heritage. Not just making the physical distance between the cultural heritage and human beings and the nature. These are all integrated approaches they would like to achieve to understand, learn, and also inherit those very meaningful values to our next generations. As you also mentioned before, from those who have also struggled with a lot of the difficulties in the residence and the Hwasong, the temporary palace, there will be some people who are really feeling confident that the ancestors and our front runners have been done a really good job in safeguarding our culture heritage sites. And still we are seeing that we are having also facing very similar or the same concerns and issues for the culture heritage. In this regard, the new changes on the Suwon Hwasong Fortress, but to all the countries around the world. I do really hope that we can introduce more best practices to other World Heritage cities based on what we have learned today. I have listened to a lot of information which is really new to me, so that we have to coexist, we have to co-live and live together between the human beings and the heritage cities. That's one of the lessons learned from all the sessions today. So I'd like to give a big round of applause to all the presenters. Thank you very much.
오늘
So this is the end of all the sessions we have prepared for the day. Today we talked about Heritage X, heritage and metaverse, social impact, media, and people. So we covered many different topics, and tomorrow we will meet here again to talk about heritage and climate crisis and heritage and peace. Somehow they're very abstract concepts, but they are very significant topics in the heritage world. So we will meet you again tomorrow. Thank you for joining us till the very end today. And I will meet you back here tomorrow. Thank you all. Thank you.